No, no, I'm gonna start early. I'm all fucked up over this. Why did nobody tell me? I wasn't just a small fish in a big pond. I was a minuscule subatomic particle floating on the surface of a pond adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. Why did nobody tell me? You know, I've been doing better with the Peloton, and I learn what the FTP test is, which is the functional threshold power test, like just a general test of cycling fitness. And I crunched the numbers, I did the math, and my score on it is so low that it's actually below the lowest category for the novice male. That's fucked up. How is it that I'm getting in the 90th percentile of riders in these rides, and then I get off and it turns out, well, no, actually, you're worthless? Talk about a skill issue? Yeah, no kidding. Bronze League? It's Wood League. It's Tin League. Does that mean other people suck ass? Well, I'm going up against, like, a random smorgasbord of Peloton riders, so yeah. Probably. Hey, if it works for you, who cares how low the score is? That's pussy talk. It doesn't work for me, actually. Um, oh my god. I sustained like 146 watts over a 30-minute ride, and I was like, 146 watts, that's pretty good. And then it turns out that it's actually not. Not even a little. Oh, man. What the hell? It be like that sometimes? I don't want it to be like that, though. Maybe your math was bad? No. Nah. It wasn't. YouTube chat is still arguing about autism. Good. Glad to get you guys thinking. Jesus. It's always you versus you when it comes to fitness. Yeah, but it's you versus the other guys when it comes to running away from the bear. Trump is considering halting New York's congestion pricing. Of course he is. I know, I saw. Made a horse joke and everything. I'll take it. Unironically, one of my favorite recent segments. Now, that's the kind of politics people don't want to hear about. You watched The Bear yet? No, but I have the shirt from the guy in The Bear. You hear about the CDU siding with the AFD for an anti-immigration bill? Yerp. I can't believe how shit my fucking FTP is. I'm so mad. When you go watts, sustained watts by kilograms. And if you do the math for me, it's 1.53, which is below the lowest tier for men. I can't believe it. That's great, Ogam. Take a seat, Grandpa. Yeah, Posadas John, weren't you here yesterday? Man, oh man. I'm all fucked up over this. This shit sucks, man. What the hell? At this rate, I'm not even going to need to do leg day. If you're doing cycling consistently, I don't know if you need to do leg day. What the fuck is the point? I'm getting the leg day every day. Every day is leg day. I don't need to do leg day. Yeah, Athena. Squats give you a nice ass. Well, so does cycling. You seen a cyclist's ass? Well, you're not doing strength but endurance. Oh, no, you can do strength. That's one of the things I like about the indoor bicycle. If you're bicycling outside, you can fuck with the gear ratios or whatever, but, you know, you're mostly just kind of going distance. Unless you know the route you're taking well enough that you can, like, really fuck with that. But if you're indoors, you can be like, okay, resistance 70. I am now experiencing the equivalent of pedaling a bicycle up a 60-degree incline. Do you like lifting weights? I used to lift weights a lot in high school. Don't forget to work those muscles the other direction. Well, that's the nice thing about the Peloton. Your shoes clip in so you can pull the pedal up with your hamstrings as well. How much do you bench? I don't. I have a chest injury. Back when I could bench, I don't know, 225, whatever. I was more of a squat guy. You get special bike shoes for the stationary bike? Yeah. You don't have to, but yeah. Feels real good. What happened to your chest? I've got costochondritis. Very annoying. No matter what I do, it doesn't seem to go away. I agree with the autism take, but genuine question: what environmental factors cause hyperfixations? It's not a one-to-one or whatever. It's just like obviously you can't really hyperfixate on something you've never experienced. 16th century autists weren't hyperfixating on trains, right? Like, you know, it's a whole combination of factors. Also, and let's be real here, and this is one of the reasons why people call everything autistic these days, normal people, holistic people, also have hyperfixations. Autistic people just have a stronger propensity for developing them. Have you never seen an obsessive person who's not autistic? It happens all the time. Most people in their life at some point will develop something akin to a hyperfixation. We medicalize and categorize it when it happens with autistic people. If it happens to an allistic person, it's like, oh yeah, sometimes people just get obsessive, you know, that's life. But if it happens to an autistic person, it's like, you're experiencing what's known as a hyperfixation. This is a category. I'm writing this down in my notebook. Is this where you tell us to read Foucault again? Yes. This started there, now I'm here. Posts from Vosh are going to be insufferable in a year. I mean, how insufferable was I about going from 290 to 210 pounds? You know? Mildly? Moderately, maybe? I mean, I've already, like, lost a ton of weight. I don't know why people hate training their legs so much. They're just less, like, glamorous muscles than the chest and arms and back, you know? At least some people think that. In a year, he'll only be shopping at Costco. I actually fucking despise Costco. I hate big box stores, and I hate grocery shopping in general. I am Treatler. I am a Treatler. I sit upon my Treatler throne, lollipop in hand, and I scream into my phone when the DoorDash delivery does not get here on time. Well, not DoorDash, I guess, but like Instacart. You ever bike with a normal bike? Fuck no. Oh, nice, Simric. I think you can make a better case for not succumbing to victim/disabled mindset and pathologizing without making the assertion there's no underlying physical manifestation or distinction autism, but I never said that. I never said autism isn't real. Your brain chemistry changes when you see a big titty, you know? The variation exists. I bet my youngest has a better Peloton stat than Vosh. I would never put my athleticism up against a kid. I've seen what 15-year-olds did to American Gladiator Ninja Warrior or whatever the fuck. It's not fair. You have all these like 30-year-old former Olympians beefing out on the like, hanging swing, and then a 15-year-old just like hits a dab, uh runs through all of it in 27 seconds, and then orange justices on top of the tall wall. Fuck that. Yeah, probably extension grass. It happens. I know substance soda. We'll get it. Is it just my computer? Does Vosh look blurry? Do I? Maybe. That better? You focus on the fact that we use surface level traits for criteria, but that doesn't mean more money slash effort slash tech wouldn't give us better criteria. Even if we got better criteria, they would still be socially determined checkboxes, meeting arbitrary standards. And if that was the case, you would still have people sometimes meet those standards and then later in their life possibly not. There's no underlying physical fact we're trying to discover here, We're not trying to like find the quark that makes people autistic. Nice tweed jacket. It's not tweed. I appreciate you trying to use new words though. Thank you though. What material? It's canvas. Nice canvas jacket. You got it. Like the Fallout bag. Guy who learns about materials and fabrics from internet historian videos. Where do you find these clothes? You wouldn't get it. I like how Vosh thinks he isn't autistic anymore when he imitates the personality and bits of streamers he likes. One, I still call myself autistic for the clout. Two, always open about my influences. Three, being smarmy doesn't invalidate my correct points. You can't get me on this, man. You can't hurt me with that which I use as a shield. Okay, it's just not possible. People got real fucking offended over this. Bosch is wrong about the nature of autism. He doesn't get the developing coping slash social skills to compensate for the condition. Doesn't equate to no longer having autism. Terminal Sandy, I'm really sorry, but you're literally you're medically inaccurate on this. There's no underlying fact of autism. There's no underlying data point or gene. It is literally just a descriptor of behaviors. You can look it up. That is literally what it is. It's a descriptor of behaviors. If you no longer have those behaviors, you definitionally no longer have it. It can be because you're masking, and maybe then you're still autistic. Or it can be because your personality has changed, and you might genuinely no longer represent those behaviors. There's no there's no like fact of it under the stop stun locking. It's not a stun lock. It's an important point. I have literally been on this for 5 years. The over medicalization of neuroatypicality is reactionary and contributes not only to a victim mentality, but to a lot of really bad and eugenicist perspectives. It's like autism speaks, This is the mindset they come at it from. It's not just a collection of behaviors. There's no sociology to it or anything. It's just, it's just a way people are. It's just a fact of their brains. It's very reactionary. It's very essentialist. I reject it. King, it's bait. That's not what bait means. Part of the misunderstanding is because the way you ranted it made it look to some like you take a very binary stance on this. I just don't see how. My position's the opposite of a binary stance. It's the idea that these are fluid, social, like intersubjectively determined definitions, you know? I don't, like, if I'm taking, like, the least binary stance. That's bait. That's not what bait means. This is bait. That was bait. I think people's logic stems from, if autism can change or you can choose to be gay, then it's not, and it's not inherited, then it can't be a protected class of people, which is just bullshit. That's true. I mean, I have said that, like, you can be socialized into being gay or trans, but I also think that about being straight or cis. So it's a consistent position. Yeah, my position has been, like, the social contagion theory of transness is correct. So is the social contagion theory of cisness. Like, it's all, like, everything falls under that category. The fascist, the eugenicist perspective is that it only applies to the aberrant identity, and that's Hitler shit, which I don't subscribe to, you know? But I've never been one to promote the idea that, like, you know, gay people are valid because they're just born that way. Okay, then you would have to assume that gay conversion therapy can work. No. Why would I assume that? That doesn't make any sense at all. So a person, because something's socially influenced, that means that you can, like, torture them into thinking a different thing? What torture would cause a person to like a different sports team? Like, the sports team that you like is socially influenced, obviously. That's not genetic, it's not in your brain. So what kind of torture would you have to subject a person to make them go from being, like, a Lakers fan to another, I don't know any other I don't know any other basketball teams, to another team fan. Like, so not just for Clippers, sure, not just for a person to say that they don't like the Lakers anymore, but to believe it, to actually. So now you understand that I've outwitted you, correct? Because we do agree that what sports team you like is socially determined. It's not a genetic fact of your brain. But what torture could you subject a person to make them sincerely stop liking that? And why would you do it? You know? Like, why would you do that? And with sexuality, keep in mind, you're not just torturing a person to make them say they're no longer gay. You would have to torture them to make them no longer gay. How do you do that? As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't work. And even if it did, why would you do it? Can we just get over this point for the love of God? No. I can tell who's been here since 2020 and who hasn't, okay? I'll tell you that much. Vosh failed the cisgender expression test by not knowing another sports team. I know other sports teams, I just don't know other basketball teams. I was gonna say, like, from the Lakers to the Steelers, which I guess would still work, because then you could, like, switch your sport preference or something. But whatever. I don't know. Well, yeah, so I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just answering. I'm not talking about torture. Well, gay conversion therapy is torture, definitionally. I mean, if you assume being gay is environmental, then you should also assume that you can get out of being gay through environmental processes. Sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that conversion therapy works. You know, euphemism, conversion therapy. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know what those are. What environmental features would cause a person to like, I don't know, to like working on Wall Street, but then decide to up and leave and become like a hermit in the mountains? What environmental factors might lead a person to love someone with all their heart for 25 years and then suddenly realize one morning they don't anymore and leave without saying a word to them? I don't know. Like, there are environmental factors here, but, like, what could you do to procure? I don't know. Life's complicated. But just because something's socially influenced doesn't mean it's just like a beep boop, you know, switch on, switch off, activate gay gene thing or whatever. Astroenemy, don't be mean. The only person who gets to be uncivil to people in chat is me. Is the distinction an underlying neurochemical thing? You said depression is an illness and autism is a disorder, and I think in my brain those things mean mostly the same thing. Well, I don't even think autism is a disorder. Depression and autism are both like general descriptors of brain conditions. We call depression an illness because we're negatively coding it, you know? Like the difference between an illness and a condition is whether or not we decide it's good. Your body is currently subject to like a ton of conditions that are fine, like all the bacteria in your guts doing digestive work and all the shit your body's up to. Those are all, I mean, it's conditional, you know? But is it an illness? Well, I like being able to digest some lactose. Not enough. Not as much as I'd like to, but some lactose. That's a condition. Is it an illness? No, it's not hurting me. Depression hurts you. You know, that's just flat bad. Your point is that we should demedicalize autism, but I disagree with that. By your standard, we would have demedicalized dysmorphic syndromes because we just decided they look weird based on social norms. I don't know what you mean. This shit will haunt you in the form of clips over the next 5 years. This is the universe telling you to shut the fuck up. One thing that I really dislike is when people disagree with the stuff that I'm saying, but rather than stand on their own 2 feet, they're like, you know, history will condemn you. The history has its eyes on you, Hamilton. You stepped carefully. Like, come on, why? Well, eclipse will haunt me? Come on. Jesus, I've been saying this for like 5 years, man. Non-autistic people will always discriminate heavily against autistic people at the end of the day. I mean, in my experience, they mostly just give me money to tell me they like my videos. I don't think that's true at all, actually. You know, what is or isn't autism, or what we would or wouldn't consider autism, probably varies a lot, like in different time periods and different societies. If we could, like, kind of adapt, you know, an anachronistic approach to how we, you know, looked at things. You know, you'd get a lot of variance in how that stuff expresses itself. One thing, jumping off my previous comment, I think there's some benefit to a diagnosis for neurodivergence because it helps people understand their coping strategies might be different from the advice they're getting for others. I think there's some validity to that, but I think it would be a lot better if we thought of these as personality types rather than conditions. Like, isn't that a thing? You can acknowledge that without a person having a disorder, you know, there's a lot of variance in how people are and how they respond to different kinds of advice, treatment, suggestion. But when you medicalize it, you put everyone in boxes. It's like, oh, it's not like, oh, you know, this person is more susceptible to this, or they're more like willing to do this, they're interested in that. It's like, no, they have this condition. It's depersonalizing, you know? And it's led to a lot of really bad analysis, you know, about everything relating to the brain. Everything getting categorized the way that it is. People defining themselves based on labels. People treating everything like that. You realize that like a huge amount of the medical prejudice that trans people experience in the, you know, just broadly, like when dealing with doctors, is because our current understanding of gender identity and sex is framed through this like disorder-based model, or gender dysphoria is like a disorder. Or they're trying to attack trans women saying like, oh, you have autogynephilia. Bitch, all women do. They did the test. Hey, woman, do you think it's like hot that you got the curves or whatever? Oh shit, like 80% of women do. Okay, I guess everyone's got autogynephilia then. Oh, but you try to make it into like a disorder, and it's like everyone uses it to categorize, box people out. It's a good way to like discriminate against people because you can stigmatize the fact they have a disorder rather than they're just, you know, a guy. Or a girl. I don't know. Whatever. I don't think it's societal factors that make caffeine and other stimulants have different effects on me. ADHD is genetic. First of all, the way drugs affect you relates to your brain chemistry. Your brain chemistry is altered through your life experiences. That's one. Two, I never said that there's no nature to it. I only said that nurture is a big part of it. For three, not all people with ADHD experience caffeine and other stimulants differently. That's common, but not all, you know? I'm just saying it's a both kind of deal. To explain my earlier comment, dysmorphic syndromes are caused by genetic defects. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by dysmorphic syndromes. A group of developmental abnormalities that can cause a recognizable pattern of physical differences. Body dysmorphic disorders. Wait, is this psychological or physical? Is this perceptive or real? I thought body dysmorphic disorder was psychological. I'm sorry, I don't know enough about this to comment on it specifically. I can't talk about it specifically. Is alcoholism a disease? Yes. I think you're obviously right on it being a nature and nurture situation, but you definitely went too hard in chatters yesterday. Nah, I don't think so. People in chat usually think they have leeway to be a cunt to me because they're kind of speaking like through the text or whatever, or I have the power and the dynamic because I'm the one streaming, but you're still talking to a person, you know? I'm usually people kind of earn the responses they get, you know? I try not to lash out at people who are just participating in the conversation. That's fine. I mean, I might get a little tired sometimes, but that's life. Please forgive Lily Krem. She said something just a little bit rude. I think I remember. Vosh, we don't know everything about the brain. Why are you pretending to be omniscient about this? You can't speak about anything with any level of confidence or people are going to jump down your throat. He isn't? No, no, no. I was reading a message from Lily Krem. It's all right. She'll be back. Would alcoholism benefit from people calling it a disorder instead of a disease? I don't know. Probably not. I don't see how. It doesn't seem really relevant. Alcoholism is strictly negative. It's a negative thing. It's just why we have negative terms for it. This is not being smarmy, but you take Adderall to help you function. How would you get to that without a diagnosis? You can get medicine from a doctor without the doctor needing to say you have a medical disorder. You know that, right? No, you can't. You literally can. Like, can you not? Well, it depends on the drugs. Well, yeah, of course. But the problem is right now we medicalize everything. Do you not understand? Can you not imagine a world in which we could have these like criteria or these like diagnoses or these assessments without like medically categorizing? Please clarify it, Vosh. I feel like some people think you're advocating for stopping all autism and ADHD diagnosis. I don't know why they'd think that. Chad is confused because our insurance system doesn't work that way. Okay, but that's our insurance system. We're not defending that, are we? Good Lord. It's like gender dysphoria, right? Like, do you guys think that gender dysphoria is a disorder that you should have to be diagnosed with in order to get HRT? I bet most of you don't. And you probably don't think of it that way. So if we could apply that logic and walk it back a little bit, maybe. Does gender dysphoria exist? Sure. But is it a disorder? Well, I feel like a lot of people have it is the issue. You know? Like, we talk about it in the context of trans people, but cisgender people are constantly fussing over not, like, matching their, you know, expression of gender identity. You know, you've got, like, men who are getting the jaw implants or the hair transplants or whatever, and women are getting, like, their body waxed. This is gender-affirming care, right? We don't talk about it like that because it's considered normal. And this is an example of how the medicalization of conditions is used selectively to reaffirm normality, normalcy, whatever, to reaffirm like the hegemonic, the normalcy of some conditions, others aren't. If you, as a cisgender woman, want to look more feminine and want medicine to help you with that, go to a plastic surgeon. No doctor's gonna stop you. Yeah, you gotta pay, sure, but like whatever, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Get a BBL, who cares? Get your tits bigger. Get liposuction, Ozempic, whatever. No one's stopping you. No one's gonna question. No one's gonna say you're gender dysphoric. Nobody's gonna say that you have a mismatch between your mind and body when it comes to like your gender expression as a woman. But if you're assigned male at birth and you try to go through all of this, bah! Congratulations. Doctor this, doctor that, assessment, psychiatrist. Oh, are you sure about this? Da-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. And it's like, okay, so now it's medicalized. It's selectively medicalized. Doesn't make any sense. It's not fair, certainly. It's not reasonable. But it's a consequence of the way we view these things. I highly disagree. It's because of medicalization that trans people have come a long way. Substance Soda, you're in a box. I'm sorry. You're in a box, and I'm not in the business of pretending to be a mime, okay? I'm living free. I feel the wind in my hair. Metaphorically. I'm indoors. The point I'm getting at, or the point I've made, I guess, is that a cis person doesn't even need the medical diagnosis to access the exact same care. The trans person does. Oh, I understand why he hates talking to you guys now. Hey, listen, okay, if everything went by smoothly, okay, you'd never have any poops worth telling your friends about. Sometimes you need a bit of roughage. Or whatever they call it. I understand not anchoring to diagnosis, but it can be useful to point in the general direction. Yeah, but you don't need to have a medical condition in order to do that. Roughage makes poop good. Well, it shouldn't, because it sounds like it would make the pooping rough. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Fiber makes poop move. No, I know that. I'm saying that the word roughage, just the way it sounds, roughage, you'd think it'd make it worse, but it doesn't. Can we please move on to the actual topic now, please? I've got bad news for you. We're on the actual... we're talking about the topic. I never should have taught you people stunlock as a term. You're insufferable. You don't know. It's just your word for can we move on? Which, no, I'm the streamer. You're the viewer. What do you mean can we move on? The fuck authority do you think you have in this subject? You just found another term for move on. And what you saying that's rude. It's a rude thing to say. Yesterday was totally a stunlock. Well, it spared us from having to listen too much to RFK Jr., but don't worry, we'll get back to that. Autism should be assessed by a physician because it's associated with other medical conditions that should be screened for sometimes because they require specific treatment. First of all, you could say that about basically everything. Everything has comorbidities. And second of all, you should just go to the doctor in general. You don't have, it doesn't have to be a condition. Like if you want to talk to a doctor about, you know, certain things pertaining to what you're going through in life, you can have the term. It's about the medicalization of it and the way we treat it. What if the doctor scares me? Well, a lot of them are assholes. Yeah, but sometimes the solution is a chemical that would be otherwise dangerous to self-prescribe. But I'm not asking for self-prescribing. You can still go to a doctor. I don't get it. If you go to a doctor and you explain your depressive symptoms and he prescribes you something for it, but it's actually bipolar, that can change the outcome significantly. I know, but what does that have to do with anything that I've said? What's the difference between a doctor saying you've got ADHD and medicalization? Or is it the same? The over-medicalization of this terminology doesn't mean, or when I say it's over-medicalized, that doesn't mean you should never go to a doctor about anything, obviously. It means that rather than thinking these as discrete categories or disorders that you have that are like a defined component of your brain, you have to think of them as expressions of a fluid and ever-changing brain chemistry landscape, a tapestry of one's personality and abilities without any necessary medical stigma. If you have any medical concerns, you should go to a doctor about it. Much in the same way that, like, everybody has, at some points in their life, depressive feelings. That's normal. Everyone's got that at some point or another, right? But that doesn't mean everyone has manic or clinical depression. You should talk to a doctor about it if it's negatively influencing your life. But I think a lot of people have the wrong idea on what depression actually means because they think of it as like a disease you get in your brain that is distinct from the tapestry of feelings one might otherwise experience. It's kind of like the psychological equivalent of when people don't get glasses until they're in their 20s, even though they haven't seen properly since they were 10, because they haven't seen anything clearly. So they don't know that they're not seeing things clearly. You know, you hear about that all the time. People who don't know that they can't see that well until they have that moment where someone's like, oh, you can't read that? And then they go take an eye test or whatever. You get a bad perspective on what's possible, you know? It's not about never getting medicine or never going to the doctor or whatever. I think people's lives are made worse by thinking of these as these like super discrete categories, you know? Yeah, by pathologizing normal human behavior, we make people less able to identify like the range, the spectrum of when they engage in that behavior, what it looks like. Is this what postmodernism is? Well, we're talking about Foucault, so yeah. And it's important to think of these as like the, you know, as a part of that complex, ever-changing tapestry. Because if you don't, people think like, you know, what's the point of me looking into this? What's the point of me trying to learn about this? That's like a distinct category that I don't have. Or if you have that category, you internalize the idea that it's just something you have. And therefore can't not have. As we lose in a lot of Western medicine, is the lack of a holistic approach to why is the person so, and so we silo all the specialties to the point people think of themselves as distinctly that or instead that. Yeah, I mean that's also a different topic. Like the extent to which we compartmentalize all the different kinds of health, when in reality a lot of this stuff is pretty oftentimes like fairly holistic. But yeah. Astrology, but it's medical conditions. Are you agreeing with me or making fun of me? Let me know whether I should unload on you, okay? I can see that some things might get overdiagnosed, prescribed, medicalized, but I do think there's value in certain diagnostic materials because of people taking like Adderall lithium. Yeah, but I don't disagree with that. But you can acknowledge that without the same kind of... I'm not arguing against the concept of prescribing medicine if people need medicine, or to people who need medicine. Though, and I don't even want to get into this too, because I know, because, you know, people in chat are going to lose their minds over it. But like the overprescription of Ritalin in like the early 2000s, because you had young kids who like acted out in school and were bored or whatever. And then every doctor was like, hey, parent, give them this or something. Um, and then it like actually genuinely was overprescribed. That's a real issue, you know, and I don't even want, because people hate to hear that sometimes things are over prescribed, because then they're like, well, I took a while to get my prescription that I needed. It's two separate issues. The one contributes to the other, because the overprescription, yeah, to young boys who just want to zoom around or whatever, led a lot of people then to get really suspicious of the positive impact Ritalin or any other ADHD medicine could have on people later on. Remember back when you were like a decade or a decade and a half ago, when everyone's first thought of Ritalin was like little kid zombies who were like doing their homework diligently and they lose all their personality? Part of that's perception, not a lot of it's reality, but there was a massive overprescription of it because people were getting upset that young boys wanted to zoom around rather than sitting in boring fucking class all day. Which, like, yeah, no shit. That was a problem with the school system. That is a problem with the school system. It does turn you into a zombie. That is just real. Well, I ain't taking Ritalin. Can I be evil? Weed does not help with ADHD most of the time. True. Yeah. Just like self-medicating. Yes, I remember the Calvin and Hobbes comic. The famous, not real Calvin and Hobbes comic. Is Ritalin worse than Adderall? No. Ritalin's just a different kind of ADHD, man. But I gotta tell you though, do you think those kids, all those young boys, actually had ADHD? Or do you think they were just antsy, impatient, bored because they were sitting in boring ass, stuffy classrooms with like 3,500 parts per million carbon dioxide or whatever because no one opened the windows? And like, did everyone suddenly got ADHD, or they were just like cooped up and people were like, well, they're not just bored and antsy. They actually have a disease called ADHD or ADD, and we can fix it. We can cure it with this medicine. And it's like, damn, that happened pretty recently. Like, this was a recent thing, you know? Yeah, you're forcing fucking 10-year-olds to sit still for 8 hours a day. No shit, they're going to be super antsy. But this is an example of how thinking of these from like a medicalized perspective first, rather than more of a holistic psychological wellness perspective, can be really, you know, detrimental. Let the kids run around, you know, obviously. No 10-year-old is internalizing the shit they're learning in a fucking classroom. None of them. Legitimately, I think historians will look back on that and view it as torture. No, I don't know if they'd go with torture, but I think like to an extent you'd get that. Yeah, it's pretty wild. If you actually think about it and you're like, okay, so for the first like 5 years of a kid's life, they run around and shit themselves. If only we could all live in such you know, splendor. And then they go to like I don't know, kindergarten, where they like play with blocks or paint with their hands or something. And then first grade starts, and from that day forward, for the next like decade, 8 hours a day, their ass is in a chair learning about shit no one cares about. No, chill, like what the fuck? They're still in prime like tree climbing age or whatever. They should be out bruising their knees. And the uncomfortable fucking chair, you're in like a little shipping storage container that's been hollowed out in the inside and filled with chairs, some like no air conditioning little box with tiny windows cut into the side with no circulation. Everyone's just breathing their fucking carbon dioxide breath or whatever. And they're supposed to learn or internalize or remember any of this information. No wonder nobody's showing up to school. Absenteeism is through the roof. I can't blame kids for not wanting to fucking go to school. Nobody believes it gets you anywhere anyway. Anyway, rather than deal with all of this, we were like, what if we just gave him Ritalin? Hmm. I'm on Lexapro for anxiety and I feel great. That's great. I'm not anti-medicine. All I am hearing from chat is that you think autism is a personality type you can grow out of and you can control the autism, so what the fuck is going on? Well, everyone needs to learn to control the autism. It is like a personality type of a kind. It's like a condition. It's a state of being, and sometimes you can have it and not have it, or not have it and have it. That happens, yeah. That happens. That's normal. That's fine. Not always. Sometimes you grow up and you're like a given thing, and then you grow out of it, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's masking, sometimes it's not. It's complicated. All right. I don't know anything about ADHD diagnoses for middle-aged women post-pandemic. I just don't know anything about it, so I can't really say. Would you take medication for autism if it existed in the same way you take ADHD medication? I don't even know what the fuck autism medication would do. Make me care less about clothing? I don't even know what that would do. I have no idea what that would do. Like, the ADHD thing's pretty specific. I don't know what it would do with that. Have you considered that people on the autism spectrum that are on the dysfunctional level does not exactly give those vibes of growing out of? Josh Jossie, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you considered that my ridiculous straw man of your position that you've probably addressed 18 times by now? What? Thank you for the segments. Give me a lot of clarity about myself and things I couldn't really explain about my life. I really do think it's the red pill. You have to embrace the idea that you can change over time. It makes you very strong. You keep demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding about this. Now, people, come on. You can't come at me with weak shit like that. We've regressed to exercise as fascists. Nah, we're in the dark woke era now. Now we can say bad words and be mean to people. It's you know, we're back into body fascism in a big way. Foucault would be proud of dark woke. Probably, yeah. All right. You can mitigate the symptoms slash expression of autism, but you can't just grow out of it. Okay, again, I'm just going to say this one more time. There isn't an autism gene. There's not a spot in your brain that has autism. It's the only way we describe autism, not just the way we diagnose it, the way we explain it, the way we define it, is by meeting certain criteria. And they're very vague criteria. Intersubjectively determined, different doctors will have different takes on it. It's not empirical. So if you grow up and you no longer meet those criteria because your personality has changed, you no longer have autism by the medical definition. Now, maybe you're masking, so you're like forcing yourself to not meet those criteria. In that case, I'd say you probably do still have it because you're working really hard to not meet those criteria. But if you're not forcing it, if you're not masking, if you're just like, you just changed as a person, then I would say you don't. And that would be like the medical take. That doesn't mean that autism doesn't exist. That doesn't mean it's fake. That doesn't mean everyone can just grow out of it. That doesn't mean you can willpower your way out of it. That's literally just the definition. That's it. I like yours better than this retarded, you're stuck as an autistic loser bullshit from other people. I just don't like people thinking of themselves as permanent. A good example is therapy for PTSD. People can genuinely overcome their PTSD. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's possible. Bring up studies to prove your point. Google diagnostic criteria for autism. I'm literally describing the criteria. There's no study on what I'm saying because I'm describing the diagnostic criteria. There would, like, this isn't even what you would do. This is like the given information you get before you do a study. Okay, this is all great, but yesterday you said people would have, or less people would have autism if we all went outside more. Yeah, obviously. The environmental conditions that cause PTSD, or sorry, not PTSD, ADHD and autism are definitely being magnified by the fact that everyone just stays indoors all day and like jerks it to Marvel Rivals SFM porn or whatever. Like, yeah, for sure. 100%. COVID caused autism, yeah. I feel like some of you are caught. PTSD does actually change the body and mind, though. Yes, that's how the brain works. That's how your thoughts change this. That's the magical thing. When you exercise, your body physically changes. When you eat fucking slop food every day, your body physically changes. The thoughts you have physically change your brain. That's not that's brain chemistry. Positivity and negativity have an actual, genuine chemical, physical impact in the way your brain is structured. Over time, it can literally reshape the patterns in your brain. We can use machines to measure different brains and identify a ton of different characteristics about how you think based on the way it's structured. Is Vosh about to tell us about the power of positive thinking? It's pretty important, I would say. Yeah. One time I asked No Stupid Questions on Reddit if people can use exposure therapy to get over aspects of autism, like sensitivity issues and stuff, and people got really mad at me. They got mad at you because you're right. You're objectively correct. They can. People just don't like, people really don't, especially Redditors, because I bet there's a lot of overlap in terms of diagnoses there. But they don't like that. But it's true. Yeah, it's 100% true. Like anyone, or not anyone, I should say, but generally speaking, anyone, not everyone, but anyone, can overcome something like sensitivity to food or noise or whatever. It doesn't matter if you have autism or not. Having autism doesn't mean that your sensitivity to noise is magical. Like, oh, allistic people can overcome this, but autistic people, no, that's locked in. I hate that mentality of weakness. It keeps you people in the dirt. That keeps you people in the dirt. You think like, oh, no. Maybe other people can overcome something negative and improve their life, but I can't because a doctor put a category on my behavior. Hate that shit. Me thinking cilantro tastes like dish soap is genetic, though. Oh yeah, I'm not saying everything can be learned or unlearned. It just varies person to person, you know? Substance soda, I have already answered this. I've already addressed this. You've listened to it. You've heard what I said. We can't keep doing this back and forth. We can't keep dancing like this. As someone who has autism, I can testify to this. I started out being so scared of noise that a hand dryer could bring me to tears. Now I've been to airports and stock car races and enjoyed them. Cheesy meatball, that's fantastic. You've got more balls than every other motherfucker here has got an issue with this. That's great. That's great. That's fantastic. That's strength mentality right there. You have a thing. You want to change a thing. You change the thing. You try your best. You don't always succeed. That's fine. That's life. But you try your best. And that's great. That's really, really good. This reminds me of that post that said, I hate to inform everyone, but proper diet and exercise actually did help my mental health. Yeah, people hate to hear that. Yeah, Sanji-san, people don't like accountability. I think a lot of people just don't like to think of it that way. So the autism is why, but it doesn't set anything in stone. The autism is just a description of a set of characteristics, which include things, in many cases, like noise sensitivity or whatever. But there's nothing magical about you having noise sensitivity and being diagnosed as autistic that makes it different from a person being noise sensitive and not being diagnosed as autistic. In many cases, it's just noise sensitivity. It's not like it's not like a spiritual difference or like a component in your brain that's immovable or whatever. I just want people to be happy. I think some of you motherfuckers make yourselves miserable. I don't like this angle as someone who's had lifelong sensitivity to light and sound because I had to sit out so many things I wanted to do because of the debilitating migraines because of them. Painkillers get me through the day. I'd love to do so much. I really would. I try to do what I can with my body. The idea that it's a skill issue is not true for me. Respectfully, and I'm sorry, you've got bananas in your ears. I literally said like 50 times. It's not everyone all the time. It's not a skill. The fact that people can sometimes change things about themselves doesn't mean everyone always can. I'm not saying you can grow a missing leg back or whatever, you know? It's not an attack against you. Everyone's got their, ups and downs. Not to attack you or anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm just not saying that. This is a purely liberatory mentality, all right? This isn't about getting down on anyone. The only thing more pathetic than the victim mentality that makes people think there's no way for them to improve in the things in their life they want to improve on is people who debase themselves and attack themselves and feel all down in the dirt whenever they fail to improve in a thing they want to improve on. You know? That shit's even worse. Oh, I want to lose weight, but I ate a little too much food today. Oh, I'm miserable. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. I love eating food, okay? If you get down in the dumps over every mistake you make or every this or every that, you'll be miserable forever. And never fix anything. TTTT people? True. And you would know. The hell happened? Oh my god, it's a massacre. I do get miserable about the fact that girls don't like me, and that seems harder to work on than improving diet or jogging. You're not entitled to anyone liking you. No one is, you know? It's just something to learn about yourself on, right? And eventually, people will. If you get good at understanding why people don't like you. Can you make the handles taller on the Peloton? Yeah, you can move them up. They're one of the adjustable parts. That's wonderful, Astronomine. All right. How do you like your Peloton? Well, a lot less now that I've found out that apparently my level of fitness is below the novice 1 category for men, since I'm at 1.48 watts per kilogram sustained over 30 minutes. I mean, I you know, it's cut into my enjoyment a little bit, but I guess that gives me a better... Yeah, I'm in the novice 1 woman category, which is fucked up because I've got big legs. Skill issue, just get better? Yeah. NL at home. Oh, yeah? Well, what's his FTP score? What's his FTP score, huh? Because I don't know it. What's his? I know he's higher up than me, but I want, like, a mark, okay? I'm motivated by spite. Get in the Discord. I haven't used Discord in, like, 3 years. I don't know how. Where the fuck is he? There's no way he's higher than moderate man. I can't even imagine being higher up than that. This will fuel you for months of training. You know, motivated by spite. The scale is really biased against tall people. I'm not a bitch. I'll take the bias. He does like 90 minutes a day. It's fucked up. How the fuck do you do 90 minutes a day of cardio at 6 a.m.? It's actually fucked up. You work your way up to it. Does the library of Latorno channel have like an archive of his early days with the Peloton so I can find out? Like, I need like a standard here, okay? Because I'm already getting in the 90th percentile of the rides that I'm doing, but I'm comparing myself to 50-year-old like soccer moms in Ohio, okay? I'm 30. It's called the Peloton Supercut. Is it the Peloton Supercut like before he gets the Peloton or after he gets the Peloton? Because I need to compare myself. Okay. The history of Northern Lions Peloton. Where is it? The Sushi Supercut. Is it the history of Northern Lions Peloton? Okay, after this, we're doing politics. 7 hours? Okay, we have to watch it on stream. I'm motivated by spite.
Anyway, is that the Peloton in the back? Oh, thank you for noticing.
Don't copyright me. Addressing the Peloton pervs, and the marketing team's cardio pilled. Wait, okay. I need to get... Wait.
Absolutely.
I need some kind of goddamn standard.
If you've ever tried exercising.
Are you bulking for summer? No, I have a job. I'm trying to get in good shape so I don't die. I don't care if my back looks like a stingray. Anyway, well, that was fun. Am I the asshole for buying my girlfriend an exercise bike? Can I alienate everybody? I still, to this day, am not dunking on Peloton for the Peloton wife commercial. And maybe I'm missing the nuance in it, okay? So the Peloton wife was a viral dunk campaign where it was like an ad where this wife was like, hey, my husband got me a Peloton. And then she journaled like, you know, up at 4 a.m. drinking juice on the Peloton, you know, and she was like, you know, she did anyway, she was working out hard on the bike. And the whole campaign got dunked on because people were like, wow, what an asshole. Like her husband basically got her a present that was like, lose some weight so you can be a supermodel. And my whole, like, when I watched it, I was just like, man, I wish someone would buy me a Peloton.
He's right.
This shit is expensive. You know, it would make exercising more fun. If Kate got me a Peloton,
Here's his most recent FTP test.
how was the FTP test? Really bad. Sucked ass.
Yes.
I raised my...
Oh, thank God. Average output 172. Yeah, wait, fuck. That's the warm-up ride. Average output for the 20-minute FTP 271. Oh my God, I'm so far off. I thought 146 was. Oh, I have no standard of comparison. I have no I don't even know the scale of the world that I'm in. I don't even know. I'm a cocky hermit crab who dominates the shallows at the beach. I step out into the ocean and am immediately swallowed by a shark. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. It's over, you're a failure. I know. I'm aware. And this is bad, too.
my FTP by like 4 watts, which was less than I expected, but I gave it my all, and it's just, it's not a fun 20 minutes, that's for sure. On the flip side, the intervals today felt about the same.
He's burning 1,600 calories every morning. You could literally get to double how much food you can eat. Bald diff? Yeah, it's because he's fucking aerodynamic. 373 out of 30,500. What the fuck? I need to join the Discord. Holy shit. Yeah, 214 watts for 90 minutes. Just insane. How long have you been at it? I don't know, like 2 months? Two and a half? 2 months? I don't know. You need to lock the fuck in? Yeah, apparently. You literally just started? This is motivating for me. This is so fucked up. I need to do this just so I can eat way more food. Is this saying he burned 1,690 minutes? Yeah. This is another one that, like, this is the indoor cycling Chad versus the outdoor cycling Cell. You have to stop for the red light, okay? If you're indoors, it's just like, I'm gonna double the caloric intake of today in 90 minutes. How accurate is the calories burn tracker? Oh, who the fuck knows? Did you see the recent research that found that burning calories like that before breaking fast and you can increase metabolism as well? You mean like not eating before it? Just drinking like a Gatorade during the ride or something? If I woke up at 8 a.m. every day, I could probably do an hour before stream. That ain't happening. I woke up at 8 a.m. today. Why would you want to eat before the ride? Because I always want to eat. What do you mean? I want to eat after the ride, before the ride? That's when you know you're really in the cardio game, when your sessions are so long it impacts your schedule. When do I fit in weight training? If you're doing this shit every day, when do you fit in the heavy weights? Does the rest of my body just fucking wither away? You don't? Well, that's not acceptable. You alternate? Maybe I could do like back chest. I could do like back Peloton, chest Peloton, back Peloton, chest Peloton, because I don't think I would need to do legs or core on the Peloton. You get plenty of legs and core on the Peloton. I just do not think I would need, I don't think I would need to incorporate squats if I'm trying to maintain like a 200 plus watt average. You got to curl while riding the bike. I do have dumbbells. Best split is 3 full body days. Full body? I have a job, okay? It's not much of one. but it's a job. Right now, I'm only doing like a 30-minute ride every day, which is like 10 miles. As opposed to like 33 miles. $10 for you or for NL? Me, like I 10 miles in 30 minutes. Up the resistance? My average resistance is like 48. How is my average resistance 48? His is 47, but he's going way faster than me. I'm probably averaging like a cadence of like 75 or something, and his average, yeah, 94 RPM. Holy shit, them legs are fucking moving. He in better shape? Yeah, you can tell looking at his jawline. Jesus Christ. Hope no one... Never mind. Do you have time to work out for 3 hours a day? The sad thing is, yes, but I'm not going to. Obviously. Is he in shape? He face mogs like every other person because of the Peloton. He's very modest, so he's not flexing for the camera. But yeah, he face mogs now. Killer jawline? Well, you have to mew while you're riding. Just set this as your music? Okay, can somebody tell me, genuine question, when you're on the bike and you turn on Netflix or whatever, on the bike, can you still see your cadence and resistance and stuff, or does it literally just full screen Netflix and you lose access to all of that other information? Oh, wait. I don't know, you're the one with the Peloton? I guess I could just, like, try it out. Yeah. I'm watching you from the bike right now. Then answer the question! You could run Netflix on a device. I've done YouTube TV and it still shows the metrics. Nice! Okay, I can watch, like, movies then. Cool. That's nice. I do have a phone clip. I just get, like, bored. Because it's hard to follow what's going on in the phone because I'm so tired. Unfortunately, paying attention gives better results. Yeah, well, you know. How much does a Peloton cost? That sounds convenient. I got it, like, I got the smaller version, the non-plus version, refurbished for like $900. What's the subscription price? Like $40 a month? I don't know, man. It seems pretty worth it to me if you have the money for it. Would you ever do a workout stream? Why the fuck would I do that? Is he gonna make fun of me? I see this shit.
Now you're spiraling on training changes. I'm not crashing out. I'm just trying to figure out whether the optimum way to train VO2 max is repeating 6 intervals of 1 minute on, 2 minutes off, with 8 minutes of rest in between, or to do the whole ride 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off. We're posting abstracts of scientific papers and shit in the Discord trying to figure out the optimum way to train VO2 max, man. Anyway, this shit's pissing me off.
Classic. All right. Guess I have to get up at 8 a.m. now. Great. Why are we watching NL? Catch the fuck up. You're out of your element. All right. I think that's about as much as I can put off the constant fucking cavalcade of bad news. I recommend the zone classes. I don't know what that is. What's your FTP score? Never done it. I think it's like, I don't know. Are there different pelotons for different body weights? No, it's just one peloton. Vosh, you actually look like you've got a big back already. I'm just big boned, like literally. It's not even muscle. I'm a 44 size chest, and it's just it's just like my rib cage is big, which is probably contributing to the costochondritis. I used to do the craziest lat spread, man. Back when I worked out, I could do the I can't now because I'm fucking done one back workout in like 6 years, but I used to have like a proper wing, you know? We'll get there. Shave your back, wow. Why would I ever do that? How's the seat in it? You have to get used to it. They tell you a zone to be in instead of a resistance. The zone is based on your FTP test, so the effort remains the same. Well, right now, my FTP test puts me in the category of fat, retarded woman. So I'm going to guess that for me, is when they say zone 4, I'm like, okay, I will get off the Peloton and lay on the ground on my belly like a fish. This seems to be around the level I'm at. So, it's... Tetsuru, the Peloton is egg posting me. Motherfucker. Okay. By the way, the whole time we've been doing this, I know for a fucking fact at least one editor has been watching because I said I'd give them the segment on the plane right away. So I know, I don't know which one of you motherfuckers it is. It could be both. You're just waiting there like this. I'm sorry. Which plane? Oh, to be you. Man, if I did that much of a ride, I could have like 3,500 calories every day and still lose weight. That's fucking amazing to think about. Holy shit. Another deadly plane crash. Yeah, look, the gist of it is this. In Washington, D.C., it's insane, genuinely. Like, unprecedented, I think. A plane crashed into a Black Hawk helicopter. I think the Black Hawk helicopter was actually part of, or had the potential to be part of, the presidential guard retinue. They crashed into each other. Just like a midair collision. It's insane.
Breaking news coverage of that deadly midair collision overnight in Washington, D.C. We've learned just moments ago that there are no survivors. This is now a recovery mission. Newly appointed Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy spoke moments ago about the flight patterns.
The helicopter was in a standard pattern. If you look
I can't hear you, man.
You'll see helicopters up and down the river. This flight pattern is seen oftentimes when you live in D.C. This was a standard flight pattern last night as well.
I think my understanding is that the helicopter was doing the right thing and the plane was doing the wrong thing. I could be wrong on that. That the helicopter was doing kind of a regular flight pattern and the plane was just in the wrong place. This is after decades and decades. Wrong? I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I heard the opposite. No, all right, that's fine. That's fine, you know? I've been talking about autism and bicycles for a while.
There were 64 people on the plane and 3 on the military helicopter. Elizabeth Schulze is in D.C., but what we know about the victims at this hour. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Hey, good morning, Michael. We are inside Terminal 1 of Reagan Airport. The airport
The
is still
helicopter had
closed
its lights
through
off?
this morning, but we are expecting a briefing here with the mayor of D.C. within the next hour. Officials so far are not commenting on any of the victims' identities beyond.
God help us if the pilot was black. Well, they're already blaming this on DEI. We'll get to it.
Did you see that? 472. American 3130, go around, turn left.
It literally just collided midair.
Left heading 350, 3000, American 3130. Lucy for 347, go around, climb, maintain 3000, fly 3000.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Vosh, you're wrong. Basically, the plane was told to move last minute to a different runway, which is a RAR approach, and Hello was looking at the RUM plane doing a vowel approach. Really, I'm wrong, but 4 typos in 1 sentence? Well, from the mouth of baby-brained individuals comes wisdom, I suppose. Yeah, it's really, really bad. It's, like, horrifically embarrassing. Look, I'm not interested... They're right, though? Well, you might be right, but typo. Point ignored. No, really, though. Like, I'm not into the logistics on this. To be honest, I don't really care. I'm not, revising flight traffic control patterns. This is after decades and decades and decades, though. It's my understanding, decades of mismanagement with regard to airspace in DC and just broadly, So not only... here, I think, yeah, there's a Democracy Now! Video on it, which they put out remarkably quickly. But I guess it's out of DC, so...
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Rescue workers...
Conservatives have already pointed out that one of the control tower workers is a woman. Well, that's great. That's good. That's great. Staffing was not normal at Airport Tower, according to a preliminary FAA report. Staffing at the air traffic control tower at Ronald Reagan National Airport was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. Didn't Trump literally just fire, like, tons and tons of people in the FAA? Like, the administrator or... Yeah, the FAA administrator position is vacant because Elon Musk told him to resign. Trump talks in it, last 10 minutes or when he answers questions. I feel like I already have an idea of what Donald Trump has to say on this.
Standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. Then they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was...
You guys remember the take I had a while ago where it was a net detriment to society that we made saying the N-word a hard taboo? Because since then, all of conservatism has just been finding new ways of saying the N-word in increasingly, like, obscure, labyrinthine euphemisms. Whereas, like, we would be spared all of that. Like, Donald Trump would just be up there saying, like, N-word, N-word, like, all the time. And we would at least have the, like, the simplicity of it rather than having to navigate it, This is going to happen to literally everything all the time. It doesn't matter what evidence there is. I've said this before. It doesn't matter if every single person involved was an Aryan white male, 6'2", Giga Chad jawline, former Green Beret, blue eyes, blonde hair. It doesn't matter. It'll always get blamed on DEI. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. We already know that the right is willing to play this game even when the people that are being targeted are normally on their side, because they did this with the Jan 6 Capitol Police. Missed this entirely. The FAA administrator criticized SpaceX's safety record and threatened fines. Musk demanded he resigned. He did on January 20th. That rules, man. Love a functioning democracy. Yeah. the unelected oligarch just bullying high-level bureaucrats out of position. Very cool. This tweet made 14 hours before the crash. An FAA employee I know confirms agency already lacks sufficient air traffic controllers. The so-called buyouts and other attacks on federal employees won't help. Remember that fact when the flight delays crashes? This was before the crash, mind you. 5 a.m. yesterday commence and Trumpers start falsely blaming DEI or Biden. Perfectly prescient. Lisan Al-Gaib. Well, it doesn't exactly take a genius to see how this all plays out because it's happened 50,000 fucking times before. Everything gets worse because the government underfunds, understaffs it, you know, cuts personnel, cuts quality, makes everything worse. The government, usually Republicans, deliberately defund government institutions to make them ineffective. And then when they're ineffective, they point at it and say, you know, this is ineffective because of wokeness and DEI, and we're going to fix it by privatizing it and or whatever else, you know? It's a constant, you know, race war rally. It's not slick. Do you think Trump is to blame for this crash? Yes. They'd blame Biden if he was in office. Yeah, it's Trump's crash. Yes, 100%. They're literally like, they came in and immediately started cutting people from positions directly relevant to this. If nothing else, the austerity that led to what happened today is like something he is looking to continue. What else can you do? This is only going to get worse with time, man. Literally every single problem they're going to respond to with this. And you have to think, like, man, I understand that Republicans are really fucking racist and like it when everything gets blamed on DEI. I understand they're pretty susceptible to rhetoric like this. But when everything is getting worse all the time, and it's only going to keep getting worse under Trump, how long does this keep selling? Like, how long, you know? Like, the Nazis blamed the Jews for losing World War I. They blame the Jews for the money that the German government had to pay out after the Treaty of Versailles. They blame the Jews for the Great Depression. They blame the Jews for everything. They kept blaming the Jews, like, throughout World War II. I'm not going to back this up with evidence because I'm spiritually correct and God whispers to my ear, he tells me I'm correct. I guarantee you every time a platoon of the Wehrmacht ran out of ammunition, they were blaming the Jews. I guarantee you. They requested 6 tons of ammunition. They received 4. They open up the cast, there's not enough, and they think like a Jewish guy ran off with the other 2 tons. I guarantee you. Like every day up until the end, up until you know, they were on the Nuremberg trials, you know, which they also blamed on the Jews. They blame the Jews for losing World War II, SMH. Damn, Jews got hands, I guess. Just stubs toe, damn Jew. Like, literally everything. We know they're gonna do this forever. Acting like the AFD today isn't doing that shit. I mean, I don't know why you had to frame it in that way, possibly because you're 14 and casual adversarial language is the way you communicate with others. What do you mean, Vosh acting like? You think I don't criticize the AFD? Stubbs toe, thanks Obama. Will they ever acknowledge this is the administration's fault, though? I do genuinely think there has to be a breaking point, and part of the reason why is that unlike the Nazis, the Republicans can't acknowledge what they're actually saying. A lot of Republicans genuinely do think that when Trump says DEI, he means DEI. I know it's crazy because you'd have to be so stupid to believe him, but a lot of Republicans really genuinely do think that there is a lessened quality of labor because of DEI or Biden appointees or Obama appointees. And I'm not saying those people aren't also racist. I'm saying that they haven't reached the Nazi level of, like, they're aware of the fact that they're just, like, as a spiritual prerequisite, like as a default position, just naming the enemy group. And the fact that Republicans can't do that, because if they started to do that, you know, they would genuinely lose a lot of supporters. It limits their ability to get away with this indefinitely. But you know, maybe that's just me being optimistic, because otherwise you're just getting a lot of this.
Today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built.
Wow, it really is a thought terminating cliche. Yeah. There's no thought put it. There's no consideration. Like I said, literally every person involved could be a Giga Chad 6'2", blonde hair, blue eyed, Aryan, you know, former Green Beret male, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have.
But it's like stuff like this is going to keep happening. I need you all to prepare. Like this is one of the worst aviation disasters in American history. It was directly caused by, in my humble opinion, directly caused by systemic factors that Trump has contributed to. Whether or not he specifically caused it is, to me, irrelevant, because Trump isn't really in control of his own presidency. He's just a mouthpiece. He's a representative for an ideology and a system of government that contributed to what's happening here. This process has been going on decades. Just to remind chat, this is supposed to be the honeymoon period during a presidency. Yep. Yeah, don't forget, man. Okay. Normally it takes like years for this for controversy to start mounting like this. Okay. And things are only going to get worse. You all need to prepare, okay? At every level of society, there are going to be breakdowns, mass food recalls, drought, unavailability of produce, crashes, mismanagement at every level, everything federal, airlines, disbursement, paying your taxes, whatever. All of it's going to get worse. This country is going to break. There's no getting around that. Feels like a bad time to be relying on a wheelchair? Yep. In the memo put out by the White House, he literally said not DEI, but DEIA. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and ability. That's part of the DEI spectrum now. Or sorry, yeah, accessibility, not ability. Thank you. I was thinking disability, accessibility. Yeah. But yeah, same pointers. The ramp that you use to get up to the building next to the stairs, that's woke. Stocking up on rice and beans, boss. That's good to know. Now, I am no expert on this subject, so I'm going to blatantly content steal. Democracy Now! Help me out, okay? You know a hell of a lot more about this than I do. Please inform me.
In Washington, D.C. have launched a massive search operation in the Potomac River after an American Airlines flight and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided mid-air late Wednesday, with both aircraft crashing into the water. Officials say there are likely no survivors. At least 30 bodies have been pulled from the river. American Airlines Flight 5342 had 60 passengers and 4 crew members on board and was en route to the D.C. area Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas. The Black Hawk helicopter had 3 soldiers on board conducting a training flight. The National Transportation Safety Board will investigate with the Federal Aviation Administration.
The crash comes just days after the head...
I suppose we should consider ourselves lucky that this happened over the Potomac, right? Did I pronounce that correctly? And not over a populated area.
Head of the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, Mike Whitaker, stepped down. FAA administrators usually serve 5-year terms. Trump has not named a replacement. Whitaker announced his planned departure in December after SpaceX CEO, Trump donor, richest man in the world, Elon Musk, repeatedly attacked him on social media, tweeting he needs to resign. Musk was responding to $600,000 in FAA fines against SpaceX for safety violations along Florida's Space Coast. For more, we're joined by David Sirota.
That's great, man.
Editor-in-chief of The Lever, which has a new report headlined Before D.C. Airport Collision. Lawmakers...
On your point of Republicans avoiding being careful, openly avoiding being careful of being openly racist, you should see how many non-white people are interned at the Heritage Foundation. Oh, yeah, they love their DEI hires. But genuinely, like, this is what I mean. I love this term liberal fascism because it feels so descriptive. You have fascists running a fascist government, destroying democracy, but then they'll talk about, like, meritocracy, equality of opportunity. You know, they're not racist. They believe in equality for everyone. And the rhetoric is totally mismatched from the actual political goals. And there are people who parse the rhetoric and they're like, okay, I know what we really are. We're fascists. So, like, I'm going to act like one. And those are usually the ones who get into government. But there are a lot of people who fall for this bullshit. And the God's honest truth is that, like, if you were to like, America is very multicultural. How much of Germany in 1930s was like ethnically Aryan? I don't even believe that's a thing, but you know what I mean, right? So like non-Jewish German citizens who were white, so on and so forth. Probably a pretty significant majority of them, right? Like probably quite a bit of them. And judging from the average political demographics of the 1930s, all of them probably started being anti-Semitic, like way before the Nazis took over. The anti-Semitism thing, Hitler didn't invent that or whatever. He was taking advantage of that. It could have been any group. It could have been like Romani specifically. I mean, they got put to the camps too. It could have been homosexuals specifically. I mean, and they got put to the camps too. I just mean to say, like, they took advantage of what was already there. Now, over here in America, is white supremacy already here? Absolutely, though nowhere near as much as like anti-Semitism was in Germany in the 1930s. But if you were to like do a demographic breakdown, man, there are a lot of non-white people in this country, and they are, a lot of them at least, in the centers of power. Unlike Germany 1930s, American power is in the cities, like vastly in the cities, you know? Los Angeles, New York City, Detroit, Chicago, Miami, whatever, like the major cities, these are like the epicenters of global commerce. Like it's not just, you know, like you have a general production base across the country. We know where our wealth is. And there's a lot of minorities in those cities. Now, how popular do you think a Republican message of explicit, unambiguous, non-euphemized white supremacy would be? God's honest truth, I think they'd be lucky to get 15% of the country. And it'd be 99% white people. I just don't think they could sell it. And I think this is a limiting factor for them. I really do think so. I'm sorry, but if you can't see through that rhetoric, you're pretty fucking retarded. Yep. Yerp. Yorp. You get me. You understand the point that I'm making here, right? They are going to keep doing this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Every disaster they're going to blame on DEI. Every time. If there's a shortage, DEI. The firefighters, even though the average Los Angelian firefighter is like a hulking white guy, DEI. Here's an AI-generated photo of a fat SJW with purple hair in a firefighter's uniform. DEI. No water? DEI. Hurricane hits Florida? DEI. Boeing plane part falls off? DEI. Everything is DEI. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Brushed off warnings and boosted flights. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, David. You know, this story is so horrific. I know the skating community well. My sister-in-law was almost in the Olympics as a skater, her mother a coach. The horror that many on the flight were young ones who were training for ultimately to go into the Olympics, their families waiting at Reagan Airport. The American Airlines flight taking them back from Wichita training camp after the Nationals collides with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. They say it was a training flight. Can you talk about
average conservative take on DEI? Yeah. Well, keep in mind, Charlie Kirk isn't one of those like buffoonish MAGA supporters. Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, and he knows what he is.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done. But Charlie knows what he is, so he's not really in the same category. Charlie's job is to try to move people over from category A to category B. A CNN pundit backed down after blaming Trump for the crowd. Well, yeah, obviously. You can only make wild overstatements if you are right wing. If you make any kind of statement that's even remotely partisan against Trump, it had better be the most like moderate, factually backed, like close to the chest statement imaginable. Otherwise, like, your bosses will tell you to pull it because every news agency is owned by Trump supporters.
This piece that you wrote, despite mid-flight near misses and dire pleas, airline bankrolled lawmakers recently expanded flight traffic at Washington's busy airport. David, I just watched the news briefing. There was the two...
Honestly, if I see a woman or a black person or any other minority pilot, they're probably more qualified than the average white dude pilot. Has anyone read the Preacher comics, the Garth Ennis comics from the late 90s, where they open Herr Starr by saying shoot the woman first? If you're fighting a terrorist cell, any woman would have to have proven themselves 10 times as hard as any man in that cell. Make sure to shoot her first. She's the most dangerous one there. Those are so fucking good. It was a good ass comics, man.
Virginia senators who objected to this expansion, right? Tim Kaine, as well as Senator Warner. They didn't mention that this morning, but if you can talk
Women are
all about
badass
it,
in general.
give us
Let's
some
not
background.
overstate things.
Sure. So Washington National Airport is a relatively small airport and one of the busiest, if not the busiest airport in the country because of how close it is to the center of Washington, D.C., the city there. For years, there has been a debate about whether to expand the amount of flights that can go into Washington Reagan Airport. And over the course of a few decades, there has been a steady increase in the number of slots, that is to say, the amount of traffic at Washington National Airport, air traffic. And just a few months ago, as we reported, that debate over...
This is a real problem, by the way. I don't talk about it often because I don't know nearly as much about planes as I do like road infrastructure and trains and stuff like that. But for decades now, we have been slowly upticking how much traffic certain airports get because those cities get more and more and more traffic. Unlike roads, where if there are too many cars coming in, you just get traffic. And unlike trains, which are perfect and can carry basically as many people as you need all the time with no problems, thank you, with planes, you can't have too many planes coming in at an airport at one time. You've only got so many landing strips. And you can only expand airports in urban areas so much. In many cases, you can't at all. Airports are really difficult to expand. Like, they're incredibly expensive. You need a ton of, like, clearance coming in. I'd have to learn more about that before I could really talk about it, Kowalski. It does make sense to me, though, that like the lack of military expertise in piloting and air traffic controllers could contribute to a decline in the standards of their work. Remember how Reagan was the one who broke up the air traffic controller strike over insane working conditions that led for it to be illegal to federal employees to strike? Yep. That's the one group of people that I want operating under really stressful conditions. Air traffic controllers. Haven't you seen Breaking Bad? You fools.
How much to expand Washington National hit a fever pitch in Congress. There's been a push by a set of airlines to expand those flights. There's some other airlines that don't want to expand those flights because they're already controlling those routes. So there's a sort of an economic battle going on. Who gets to control what routes? But at the core of it, according to
DCA is also physically incapable of expanding. Well, yeah, the Ronald Reagan Airport can't expand. Like, you can look at it on maps. Where would it expand? What can you imagine what they would have to destroy to expand that airport? It's just not doable, you know?
Of this, including the senators that you mentioned, there is a very deep safety concern at this airport because there had been a series of near misses, near collisions at the airport because it is so heavily trafficked. So a few months ago, put into the FAA authorization bill was some language that further expanded these slots and also the perimeter. That's the length of the flights that are allowed to come into Washington National. Basically, this is the opponents argue this is Congress people from cities farther away from Washington want more direct flights into Washington because it's more convenient for them. That's the opponent's argument. But again, at the core is the safety question. There have been real safety concerns, again, about these near misses at this particular airport. And so a few months ago, that language was slipped into the FAA reauthorization bill, which further expanded the traffic. And it should be said, when it actually came up for a vote in the House in 2023, the House...
I feel like it's actually a miracle this hasn't happened already, if you think about it. It's genuinely crazy. I think it's difficult to abstract, like, how do two flying bodies collide? There's so much air and so little plane up there. But if you think about it, like, planes follow very regular paths. You have to account for wind, and you have to account for, like, the average direction of the landing strips at an airport. Like, you're directed to take the one that's available depending on, like, the headwind. So you've got maybe two angles from which you can come at it. And then, like, oftentimes the lanes are filled on both, so you have to wait or taxi around for a bit. And then you've got people coming up and going down, and sometimes it's foggy and you don't always get perfect information. And you have computer systems, yeah, but those don't always help you perfectly. A tiny computer glitch, a slight delay in the information you're getting, a misregistry of which plane is going at what time, a slight bit of inattentiveness from a pilot. Like, there are so many levels that, where, like, a little mistake, you know, a few packets of data missed, just anything,
voted it down. So there were some legislative machinations here in which the proponents of this had to slip it into a larger bill, kind of stealthily, to get this expansion passed. And Tim Kaine said he was very concerned about the prospect of collisions at this airport, begging lawmakers to not do this.
And could you talk, David Sirota, about the significance of the fact that the collision occurred with a Black Hawk helicopter?
Yeah, sure. Well, look, we don't know the exactly what happened and what is at issue here with an alleged training flight of helicopters. But I think it's worth saying this. If you've ever been near or flown into Washington National Airport, you can see it's some of the most heavily trafficked airspace in the world.
When I was in D.C., there was always some shit. You could always see people going in or out, you know?
Including by the military. So I think what we're talking about here is whether an airport that is already so stressed, already so at capacity, arguably over capacity, whether it should have been, the air traffic should have been expanded, knowing, again, it's also additional special circumstance of being around so much additional air traffic vis-a-vis the military.
And this whole idea of who is in charge of the military flights, I mean, this is unusual at this airport as opposed to all others. I was talking to someone who's saying that pilots actually most fear this airport. It's one of the most dangerous in the country, where you have all these Black Hawk helicopters, and they take military officials and other officials, and then you've got all the civilian flights that they keep increasing. How much do they communicate with each other, David?
Yeah, that's a great question. And
Reagan should have been closed years ago, but the Pentagon forces it to stay open because of its proximity. This is just another example, and we talk about this all the time in the context of cars, but like it's like Treatler. Everyone wants their Grubhub delivery or whatever the fuck. Everyone wants to be able to fly into every airport in the world for cheap. Everyone wants to be able to drive anywhere with no traffic, easy to find parking. The world doesn't work that way. It's a finite planet. And eventually we need to put our foot down, because we're straining everything to the absolute limit of capacity, of safety, past the limit. And we're running into, like, yeah, it's toxic individualism. We need to live in a world where people can say, I understand why I can't have that easy thing. Because if everyone could have that easy thing, it would destroy society. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world where people are like, I can't have that easy thing. I am now Adolf Hitler. That's not the world I want to live in. You can't have everything.
I have seen some reporting saying that the radar wasn't communicating on this training flight. I'm not sure that's been substantiated. So I'm not trying to put out misinformation or disinformation.
These are just the questions.
Right. It's only to say that, again, this particular space, this airspace, has been a known safety hazard for a very long time, and certain airlines who spend money on lobbying Congress and campaign contributions to key members of Congress have been pushing to expand the amount of flights into.
Have you seen the Wendover video about Vail Airport struggling to expand because rich people want to fly in, even though it's like near impossible to land in? I have not seen that video. I'm familiar with the phenomena. It's like every level of society, man. And it feels like it's all happening at once too, you know? Because people want more capacity, more capacity, more capacity, more convenience. But eventually, like up until this point in a lot of areas of infrastructure, we've been able to come up with a solution to make it better. Oh, like inner city traffic is too bad. Well, what if we introduce like a bunch of gridlocked one-way roads? That helps with traffic, and it does. What, you know, people not able to like travel across the country via car. What if we added interurban highways or whatever? That way you can just get right into the city and not be locked in on the outside or whatever, you know? People want to fly. What if we run every airline to the absolute brink of profitability? We subsidize the hell out of it. We open up the capacity of every airport that gets any use in the country, like well beyond what it should be. And then we run all the FAA air traffic controllers into the ground. Like what if we overload everything pushed to the breaking point just to keep the dollar, like, you know, the value down, just to make it easy, just to make it accessible. And then eventually you just run out. Eventually you run to like basically a thermodynamic limit. You just run up against the laws of the universe. No, you just can't have that many planes going into Ronald Reagan every goddamn day. You just can't. You can't do it. And people aren't going to take it.
This particular airport. And again, I just want to say one other thing here. This is a city that is served by a much larger airport farther out of the city, Dulles Airport. And so the argument has been, listen, we should not expand the amount of flights going into Washington Reagan, even though it's more convenient for passengers when you get off the plane because it's closer to the city, because we have a larger airport a little bit further away. So the argument was, again, this is members of Congress who want, for their convenience, to fly to the closest airport to their office And the argument was that they were listening to their airline donors. They were listening to their desire for their own convenience, not listening to the multiple safety warnings about this airport.
And let's remember, it's called now Reagan National Airport, used to be National Airport, known for President Reagan. And President Reagan is known for breaking up the PATCO union, the air traffic controllers union, back in the 1980s.
Absolutely, and there's a question. There's been questions, and I don't know if it's germane to what happened in this disaster, but there have been questions about air traffic control resources, understaffing, the current staff being essentially overworked.
I'm content stealing because, like, genuinely, they just know more about this than I do. I'm just absorbing. I'm learning here. Okay, I can't riff off all of it. Obviously, if you don't know who Democracy Now! Is, I can't help you. I'm sorry, folks.
Of these questions have been swirling for years. And so our job at The Lever, what we do is we look back at the decisions that were made in the lead up to situations like this. And again, these warnings about expanding the flight traffic at this airport came just a few months ago. I mean, if you go read our story, you will see legislators warning, really dire pleas to not expand the amount of traffic at this airport.
David Sirota, you are editor-in-chief of The Lever. You are following what's happening in Washington extremely closely. To say the least, we're talking about everything, everywhere, all at once. With the President Trump's inauguration and the number of executive orders, the number of...
Maybe I can watch on the Peloton. Okay, it looks like they're expanding it to general analysis, which means that, for the most part, the stuff I was interested in is probably done. Yeah. It's just, guys, it's only going to get worse. Like, this was a massive disaster. You should see this for what it is, which is like the heralding of an era of breakdown, of everything getting worse all the time. Part of it will be because of Trump. A lot of it will be because of, forces and factors that go beyond Trump that he just is not competent enough to deal with or mitigate. So get ready for that. Make sure to buy beans and rice and stockpile them. I mean it. No. I know it's a good movie. I know it's a good movie. What movie? Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's so socialist, you should watch it. Don't tell me that. Nothing makes me want to watch a piece of media more than telling me it agrees with me politically. I hate that shit. Or sorry, less. I was so angry I couldn't even think of what word I wanted to say. Hold on, let me send it off to the editors. I have multiple. Trump predictably blames DEI for horrific plane crash. That should do it. You can release after stream. I autismed out about autism and bikes. Not many segments today. It's important to be forthcoming with the people you work with. I've been oh, speaking of autism, can I show you guys something super quick before we get to the Senate confirmation hearings? We're going to look at RFK a little bit, mostly Tulsi Gabbard, some on Kash Patel. I got some jeans a little while back that I couldn't fit in because I knew I was losing weight. You know, I knew I'd have to like shrink into them, but I want to show you guys. They're too tight for me to wear comfortably, but I can now wear them like while out and about. I wouldn't wear them while like chilling, you know? But yeah, here, hold on. I'm in jeans now, but they've been blessed. Ruben was napping on them. Or not napping, but reclining. I don't know if it shows at all, but the denim, it doesn't show at all. Ah, never mind. The denim is super duper neppy, but it doesn't show on camera because of my camera settings. Give us a spin. It's about the denim. Ah, it doesn't show. No. Oh, whatever. Here, wait. Worthless denim. Hold on. Here. You can see it here in this photo. See? They don't take the cotton seeds out of the denim. So you have all the like, you have like a green, blue, indigo dye, and it's super, super slubby. Is that dust? No, no, no. It's cotton seeds woven in. Like it's this like rough, textured. It's the stars in the night sky. Can you feel them? Yeah, 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 easily. I like it. Will they grow? Sure, why not? Wait, I should probably move off camera before I change pants. While I'm up, I'll take a piss, then we'll do the confirmation hearings. Oh, hello. He was resting on the jeans that I wore. I woke you up. I'm sorry. Say hi. Wow. All right. What a unproductive stream so far. Is he a furry cat or does he just have small hairs? He's a Devon Rex, so he's half hairless. Tulsi Gabbard confirmation hearing? Yerp. Why is he so scrunkly? It's in his nature. Oh my god, I think I need a pair of these now. Hey, spring's gonna come up soon. Everyone needs a pair of white jeans for spring or summer. Just classic. Like a light 10-ounce jean in white. A classic look. Love that shit. Looks real good. Why's it gotta be white? Summer. Also, they don't need to be white. They should be like natural colored, natural cotton. Why is this off? There we go. Yeah, like off-white or ecru. So like cream colored? Well, natural color. No, I'm sorry, Vermin. White clothes is too stressful. Life is messy. Hey, they're jeans. They're supposed to get dirty. So your white jeans get a little scuff. That's cool. All right. All right.
Audience members may not verbally
I know this guy. Speaking
or physically
of,
distract from the hearing.
White cotton.
Including by shouting, standing, raising signs, or making gestures that block the view of other members of the audience or the cameras for those watching on television or online. Anyone who does so will be removed immediately by the Capitol Police and banned from return. Welcome, everyone, to this hearing on President Trump's nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence.
This is a long-ass bit, guys. Does anyone have any suggestions for which conversations were particularly acidic? I know this is supposed to be a relatively contentious one, which makes sense. It's Tulsi Gabbard, so...
Ms. Gabbard, welcome to the Senate Intelligence Committee. I also want to welcome your family in attendance today.
Just skip through
including
and
your
comment on their
husband,
outfits.
Abraham, your mother, Carol, and your sister, Friendavin. I also want to acknowledge some very special friends of yours, Dakota Myers and Pat Payne, both Medal of Honor recipients. Gentlemen, on behalf of the grateful nation, I extend my deepest thanks to you and the heroes with whom you served. I also note that our next Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is joining us.
Right.
Apparently, she didn't have enough fun at her own confirmation hearing. Ms. Bondi, welcome and congratulations. And finally,
that's great. We don't need to see this.
We see it all.
To serve should you be confirmed. Now, the president has nominated you to be Director of National Intelligence. Most folks probably don't understand the importance of this position. If confirmed, you would lead 18
You see what I'm seeing, right?
Of the IC. You'll also serve as the principal advisor to the president, the National Security Council, and the Homeland Security Council for all intelligence matters related to national security. And in this role, you'll be responsible for over $100 billion between the National Intelligence Program and the Military Intelligence Program, or the NIP and the MIP as we call them here. It's a position of great importance and significance to our national security, created after one of our worst national security failures, 9/11. For that reason, when Congress established this position, thanks in large part to our colleague and our friend Susan Collins, it mandated in law that any individual nominated for this position must have, and I quote, extensive national security expertise. Now, I appreciated you taking the time to meet with me, and as I noted in that office, both before and after, I continue to have significant concerns about your judgment and your qualifications to meet the standards set by law. First, as I noted previously, the DNI was created.
You're right.
In
The
part
chronology is so
make
real
sure
with these
we had
freaks.
appropriate
This is a Democrat. I don't know
intelligence
if you
sharing,
guys
which
know
prior
that.
to 9/11, obviously we haven't. But the mission also is to not only share information between the IC, but also with our allies.
Like it says Democrat
There's no
Virginia
legal
right here.
requirement that our allies share intelligence with us. It's all predicated on trust. Trust that our allies will protect each other's secrets. Yet it appears to me you have repeatedly excused our adversaries' worst actions, and instead often blame them on the United States and those very allies. For example, you blame NATO for Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. You rejected the conclusion that Assad used chemical weapons in Syria, despite it being the unanimous assessment of the then Trump administration's DOD, State Department, and IC,
That
as
shit
well
really
as the
was
assessment
crazy.
of our European allies. Instead, you blame the United States for supporting terrorist groups in Syria. Now, I don't know if your intent in making those statements was to defend those dictators, or if you were simply unaware of the intelligence and how your statements would be perceived. In either case, it raises, at least for this senator, serious questions about your judgment. It also leads me to question whether you can develop the trust necessary to give our allies confidence that they can share their most sensitive intelligence with us. Make no mistake about it. If they stop sharing that intelligence, the United States will be less safe. We've seen this as recently as this past year, where because of those strong intelligence sharing between the United States and Austria, countless lives were saved by disrupting a terrorist attack that was going to take place at the Taylor Swift concert in Vienna. Second, you have been publicly outspoken in your praise and defense of Edward Snowden, someone who betrayed the trust of our nation and jeopardized the security of our country. The truth is, the vast majority of the information he stole and leaked before running off to China and Russia, might I add, had nothing to do with Americans' privacy and compromised our most important sources and methods. And in many ways, we're still paying a price for that. And I believe that Edward Snowden's action put our men and women in uniform in places like Iraq and Afghanistan at risk.
I don't endorse this.
You've celebrated Snowden as, quote, brave whistleblower, and actually put forward legislation asking for his pardon. Furthermore, when given the opportunity to clarify your position in pre-hearing questions, you declined. And instead you expressed, and again I quote, the DNI has no role in determining whether or not Edward Snowden is a lawful whistleblower. Boy, that is troubling to me in so many ways. Not only do you think that someone who divulged secrets and then ran off to Russia should be celebrated as brave, but you don't seem to understand the DNI's role in determining whistleblower determinations. In fact, the DNI has a significant role in transmitting lawful whistleblower complaints to this committee. They're all laid out right here in the statute. And I would have serious concerns about confirming someone who cannot distinguish between complaints that are made lawfully and those that are made not. In the statute, it says the job of the DNI...
Forgive my ignorance, is Snowden a bad or a good man? He's a good man. The government is spying on us. It's illegal. They hate us and they're evil, and Snowden leaked a lot of information on it. He fled to Russia because he would have faced persecution for it here in the United States, and Russia does not extradite American criminals. Snowden has not always been smart when it comes to broader political stuff. You know, he should be celebrated for the act of whistleblowing. in all likelihood, a lot of the positions that he's had since have been heavily influenced by the fact that the American government literally wants his ass dead, and he has been in Russia essentially like protected by an enemy power, you know?
Is to protect intelligence.
But politically, he's like a libertarian. He's like a libertarian campist.
Sources and methods from unauthorized disclosure. That's a quote. I guess I'm asking, what message would it send to have a DNI who would celebrate the work of a member of the IC or a contractor that would, on their own mission, decide what's appropriate to leak? I don't understand that. Third, until recently, you had a clear and consistent record of opposing FISA 702. I know members on this committee already understand how important this is, but for folks who don't, this law is critical to our national security. Literally 60% on average of what goes into the president's daily brief, what President Trump will read each day in assessing what's going on in the world, comes from this important piece of law that allows us to seek out those foreigners abroad for coverage. And it's helped prevent terrorist attacks. It helps us prevent foreign cyber attacks. It helps us on a topic that a lot of folks are looking at, fentanyl trafficking. Now, many in this Congress and many on the committee have tried to reform this legislation to better balance security and civil liberties. However, you have consistently gone further. Not only did you vote against reauthorizing 702, you actually introduced legislation to fully repeal the whole thing, calling it again, quote, a blatant disregard for our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. Now, I understand that since you've been nominated to be DNI, you've expressed a change of heart. I think that's welcome, but I have to tell you, as I view this as a job interview, as I try to make my judgment on whether you should be confirmed, I don't find your change of heart credible. Because the world today is more complex and more dangerous than ever before. And we need serious people
he's not super compelling.
With sufficient experience to be able to navigate that complexity. I hope you use this opportunity.
It's one of those difficult positions, right, as a leftist, where you have to understand that anyone who doesn't like Tulsi Gabbard in government will dislike her because they want to protect America's security apparatus, which is evil. But Tulsi Gabbard is not anti-America's security apparatus because she's pro-good things. She's just in favor of foreign powers that are as bad or worse. Like, you know, her opposition here is not based on a support for anything better. She doesn't want to improve on these systems. She just wants to turn them to the favor of the oligarchs who have bought her, you know?
Opportunity to address my concerns and all of the members of this committee. I appreciate again your service, and I'm looking forward to a thorough discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. We welcome back Senator Richard Burr, the former chairman of this committee who has emerged from retirement to introduce Ms. Gabbard. Yet still in retirement, he still seems unable to find a pair of socks.
That's great, man.
Right, and legislative responsibility.
Condolences and prayers are with you and all of your constituents. Again, Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, and all of the members of the committee, it's an honor to be here before you to
that I want to pursue.
I'm interested in seeing where things go with Mark Warner, because my understanding is that he's kind of leading the oppositional charge here.
Say first.
Was she always this orange? This happens to every woman at Mar-a-Lago.
And Ms. Gabbard, let me be clear, at least in my views. I salute your service to our country.
I don't.
But I have serious doubts about your judgment. And those are some of the areas that I want to pursue.
Yeah, it happens to men too.
First, until you were nominated by the president to be the DNI, you consistently praised the actions of Edward Snowden. Some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation and then, in an effort to flaunt that, fled to Russia. You even called Edward Snowden, and I quote here, a brave whistleblower. Every member of this committee supports the rights of legal whistleblowers. But Edward Snowden isn't a whistleblower. And in this case, I'm a lot closer to the chairman's words, where he said Snowden is, quote, an egotistical serial liar and traitor who, quote, deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Ms. Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government that led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes. Brave, please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Democrats use Snowden as a bad thing. Really doesn't help with my personal conspiracy that Democrats are paid opposition. Yep, it really... I mean, in fairness, he's the Intelligence Committee vice chair. This is about the Director of Intelligence. So this would be like the area where everyone here would be anti-Snowden, basically, no matter what. It's more expected here. You wouldn't get as much, like, back and forthing. But that being said, yeah, in terms of, like, Tulsi Gabbard being an enemy of the United States and its people, the fact that she's been wildly pro-Assad is way better evidence to that point. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, she was denying the gas attacks. There's literally no reason to do that unless you're a paid agent of the Russian government.
Yeah,
back those words.
Once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He also released information that exposed the United States government's illegal
your
programs.
Legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please.
I'm making myself very clear.
Also, Snowden's, like, objectively brave. That's not even an argument you can make. Obviously, he's brave. Like, yeah, she's right on this one. It's just stupid to make this the point you're grilling her on.
Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United States government's illegal activities. If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets, and I have 4 immediate steps that I would take to prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask you again. I don't think you're going to answer. I agree with Tom Cotton. He's a traitor. You, for years, until you got chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot imagine a Director of National Intelligence that would say that kind of behavior is okay. How would we maintain the trust of the IC and the contractors who work for it? How would we maintain...
Just fuck me, man. How can you not condemn this whistleblower? Don't you want to keep the trust of the intelligence community and our private contractors that make tons and tons of money off of the projects we work on with us? Oh my God.
The trust of our Five Eye partners. I find it very troubling. Let me move to 702. I know other members are going to raise this. Remember, the 702 is critical to our national security. 60% of the president's daily brief, 60% of the information President Trump gets every day in a PDB will come from this. You've had a long history of opposing 702. Many members of Congress have. But one of the things you actually done that not many have is not to reform it, but you actually said you wanted to repeal it. But now, whether it's, confirmation conversion or whatever, you call 702 vital. And I'm quoting, because of significant FISA reforms have been enacted since you left Congress. Ms. Gabbard, what are the reforms that have led you to now support 702?
In the short time that I have, Senator, I will just note that My actions in legislation in Congress were done to draw attention to the egregious civil liberties violations that were occurring at that time.
Ms. Gabbard, you said, Ms. Gabbard.
And again, as a reminder, as I have to say, she doesn't care about civil liberties violations. She cheered on Assad as he gassed his own civilians. Russia commits every crime the U.S. government commits to its own people and more. She just doesn't like the United States, so she'll point out when this stuff is done by the United States government and not when it's done elsewhere. That's it. Like, just, yeah. I don't want to have to keep saying it.
Ask you a question.
Grumble, grumble.
Please give me the courtesy of responding. You said the reforms now make you supportive. What can you cite? Which reforms?
There are a number of reforms to include getting rid
in the new law,
that,
right?
that all of you and your
Gabbard,
wisdom.
Ms. Gabbard, my time is getting short. But I got to just tell you, after the reforms were passed into law in April of 24, you went on Joe Rogan's podcast in May. The bill is now law. And you said, quote, this bill took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse. Again, in my mind, this is a question of judgment. 702 is critical. I appreciate this late conversion, but I'm not sure I buy it because you've had such a consistent position. Again, I know my colleague's going to raise these, but rather than standing up to dictators like Putin and Assad, you know, you've sometimes amplified his talking points. I mean, I just do not understand how you can blame NATO for Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And when Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, you didn't condemn him, and I can go through all the quotes. You actually questioned Americans' intelligence. Now, you mentioned a lot about trust. You know, and one of the things that I'm so proud on this committee is my friend Senator Versa.
This is literally the most pathetic argument of two shitheads I've ever seen.
On this committee, it's the most valuable work I do.
It is crazy that just if you had no other knowledge of this except a vague understanding of what Snowden did so far, you'd have to be pro Tulsi Gabbard. It's crazy.
We have a bipartisan approach to intelligence. I think we have worked to try to keep the intelligence community and earn their trust, and frankly, earn the trust of the American people. But I respectfully, ma'am, I just don't believe on your judgment and credibility issues that this is the appropriate role that you should take going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gabbard, Edward Snowden does stand out as having done particularly grave harm to our national security by revealing top secret information, including sensitive sources and methods, thus jeopardizing agents in the field. So let me ask you a question. If confirmed, would you support or recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
Oh my fucking God, dude.
Thank you for the question, Senator Collins. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related to Snowden.
So the answer is no. Is that correct? In 2020, you introduced the Protect Brave Whistleblowers Act, which would amend the Espionage Act to make it more difficult to prosecute individuals who reveal classified information. In particular, the bill would allow
I'm pro Tulsi
individuals
Gabbard now. This is
to disclose even top secret information as long as it's not done with the specific intent to injure the United States or advantage any foreign nation. Your bill would also have created an affirmative defense if public disclosure of classified information were made for several reasons, one of which was to expose gross waste of funds. I strongly oppose this legislation, which would hamper our ability to prosecute people who give our adversaries classified information. So let me ask you this.
Was Assad right all along? Yeah, I'm being like negatively polar. I'm thinking in my head like, shit, could they have just opened the windows? Wait, hold on. I don't know. Now that I think about it, like, it's like if you fart, you open up the car window. I don't know if I buy the narrative. The white helmets said they were doing some pretty sussy shit out there by the hospitals. I don't know. I'm being pushed back.
Gabbard, do you still support providing individuals who have access to top secret information with the ability to make their own decisions regarding whether that information should be publicly disclosed, even though disclosure may cause tremendous harm to our country or our allies?
Senator, we cannot and should not have individual vigilantes within the intelligence community making their own decisions about how and where and when to expose our nation's secrets. The intent of the legislation that you have pointed out was pointed towards ensuring due process for those who are charged under the Espionage Act in a court of law. This is a law that has been abused in some cases.
At least it's a strong argument that both Dems and Republicans are bought by the MIC. Oh, for sure, especially here. I mean, here in the intelligence, the Senate intelligence community, absolutely, 100%.
This is in use for political purposes.
Let's move it along.
President Obama charged
I want to see how this develops.
And you will be the one actually briefing him on a daily basis, correct?
That's correct.
And the president's daily brief, and we've heard that that is composed of about 60% of it's composed of information gleaned by collection under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've heard your comments to Senator Wyden and others.
Have you seen that dude who tries to argue the MIC isn't real? What dude? What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. It's like self-evidently real.
I talked about the importance of getting dissenting views in front of the president so that we don't have groupthink, which can be very dangerous, particularly in the intelligence collection areas. And I appreciate your agreeing that presenting the policymakers, including the president, with dissenting views is very important. Are you aware that overwhelmingly the courts that have looked at a challenge to Section 702 based on the Fourth Amendment and any potential warrant requirement have overwhelmingly said that the Fourth Amendment is not implicated by search of lawfully collected intelligence?
I'm aware, yes, Senator.
And do you disagree with that?
What I began to say in answer to Senator Wyden's previous question on this issue is, number one, the decision about a warrant requirement will be yours to make, not mine as the Director of National Intelligence.
You'll be the Director of National Intelligence, and people will be wanting to hear from you about what we should do as
these issues. Thanks for being able to come through it. But there are thousands of intelligence.
This guy's hair and voice
employees and folks that have also taken an oath to the country and to the Constitution. They serve our country every day. They're the folks that don't have a uniform on, that no one ever says thank you to them, and no one ever buys them lunch.
Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the—
Oh my fucking God, dude. She praised Assad. She defended and did like equivalent Holocaust denialism over one of the most brutal dictators of the 21st century. Please. Holy shit, man. Sure, give me this guy's whole bit since he's so fucking fired up. Why not?
No place in that assessment and that providing to the president and his advisors with all of those options available.
Thank you, Senator Langford. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to repeat my colleague's question to you. Thank you for being here to answer these questions and for your service. Was Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He broke the law.
You said earlier that you were offended by a question that my colleague from Kansas asked, which I think was his duty as somebody on this committee to fulfill his responsibility to advise and consent. We are not here to be a rubber stamp for the President of the United States. So let me ask you again, do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will
work
with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden-like leak.
Media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the Chief Intelligence Officer of this nation. As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about the people that serve the intelligence agencies of the United States. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no?
I am
Edward
a surgeon,
Snowden
Dr.
a
Hunt. You're right.
To the United States of America.
as someone who has worn our uniform in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Apparently you don't. Let me ask you, I've worked very hard to put your own words here in front of the committee. Not, fake news, not conspiracy theories on the internet, but the actual things that you have said. On February 23rd, 2022, at the very moment that Russian tanks were rolling across the peaceful border of Ukraine for the first time, you tweeted at 11:30 p.m. your time, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden administration / NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns."
Okay, so this is an actual thing worth considering. So this is an actual set of questions that I care about.
Regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO. Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet, Senator.
Yes is the answer. A few months later, you said on your podcast, and I quoted it, quote, "But this regime change war against Russia that the U.S. and NATO are waging via their proxy in Ukraine didn't begin when Putin invaded Ukraine. They had their eyes set on this objective long before that." Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet.
Thank
There's
you.
a lot
The answer
more.
is yes.
You're quoting a podcast that provided much more
I'm happy to have a
context.
conversation with the chairman about whether I'm taking anything out of context. I don't think I am. And your answer is yes. Are you aware that your comments about proxy wars and Russia's legitimate security concerns, to quote your own words, are in alignment with what the Russians have said to justify their invasion of Ukraine? Yes or no?
Senator, I don't pay attention to Russian propaganda. My goal is to speak the truth,
the answer is no.
regardless of whether you like it or not.
I'll take it. That's fine. You said you are used to speaking truth to power.
Yes.
I don't pay attention to Russian propaganda. I just effortlessly regurgitate it. I just repeat it, but I'm just that good. Like I don't need to copy it. I just from first principles reconstruct it without even needing to glance the original item.
I'm shocked to hear you now say that, you are agreeing. I'm not shocked because I know you said it. You are agreeing that you basically said that Putin was justified in rolling over the peaceful border of Ukraine, the first time since World War II that a free nation had been invaded by a totalitarian state. And you were there at 11:30 p.m. that night to say that you were with Them, not us. And let me tell you something. You say you don't know because you don't read Russian propaganda. Russian state TV then aired your comments. Did you know that?
Senator, I think you should also quote the statement that I made criticizing Putin for his invasion of Ukraine.
What I would say, Mr. Chairman, with the last, it's up to all of us. We're the Senate. We get to decide whether we're going to confirm this nominee. Obviously, we didn't select this nominee. But can't we do better than somebody who doesn't believe in 702? Can't we believe that somebody who can't answer whether Snowden was a traitor 5 times today, who made excuses for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the first time that I'm aware of any American official has done that? I'm questioning her judgment. That's the issue that's at stake here. And as you said, and I totally agree, this is about our intelligence officers. And you cannot answer. Most of what we do here is in secret. This is one of the very few opportunities that you will ever have to have a conversation with this panel.
They are more mad about Snowden than anything else, for sure.
And the record is going to be very clear about the position you took with regard to Edward Snowden. And the record is going to be very clear about your reaffirmation of the statements you made in the middle of the night when Russia was invading the free country of Ukraine. And I hope we will take that in consideration when we have this vote.
Your time has expired. I will note that during Senator Bennett's question and answer, there was 2 disturbances in the room. The first sounded like a cell phone. I would ask everyone on both sides of the dais, if you have not silenced or turned off your cell phone, please do so now. The second disturbance was the cries of a small child. We will welcome such disturbances because the cries of an infant are the sound of answered prayers. Senator Rounds.
Not only here, but the answered prayers in church when they cry as well, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for your service to our country.
I love my very normal government.
I think part of the discussion here, as you can see, we feel very, very strongly about
Gillibrand's from 15015. Is it a good bit?
We work with it literally every day. As you can also tell, we have some very, very
Cotton
strong
loves the sound of
feelings here
children
with
crying.
regard
That's true.
to the actions of Edward Snowden. I want to come back, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to make any corrections or to make any other comments with regard to both of those issues that have been brought up here. But before I get into that, I want to go back into a little bit of your previous history as well. You did serve as Hawaii's, you served as a congressperson for what, 8 years?
Yes, Senator.
And during that time, you served on the Armed Services Committee. And during that time period, you did carry a TS-SCI clearance. You worked your way through that time period. You had an opportunity to look at a lot of information. Can you share just a little bit about the way that you've looked at that, not just as a member of the congressional delegation from Hawaii, but also during the time in which you were a lieutenant colonel serving up through.
Does he know we know it's a comb over?
Commander, talk about that.
It's like a kid hiding under their bed sheets.
Thank you, Senator, for your question. In both of those roles, I had exposure to different sides of how critical our national security is.
Right. If it was quiet for the past little while, it's because I was figuring out how to join NL's Discord to peep at the Peloton server. I'm trying to work out a plan in my head for how to do 3 to 4 years of progress in maybe 3 months. We'll see what we can do. I'm very impatient.
That our intelligence community plays in ensuring our national security. My most recent deployment with the military was as part of it.
We can dislike Tulsi Gabbard without pretending that she's not mother. Okay?
Joint Special Operations Task Force to Djibouti and Somalia, where our mission was to support the Somalis government and military's focus on defeating al-Shabaab, which is al-Qaeda's element there within East Africa. One of the things that we came across there that I hadn't known previously, even having served in Congress for 8 years, because it hadn't been focused on, was how al-Shabaab specifically was the biggest funder of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which again should be of unique concern and interest to our own national security concerns. Being able to engage with world leaders in both capacities, in uniform and as a member of Congress, being a customer of intelligence in both of those roles gives me a unique perspective, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to come in with fresh eyes, to come in with some of the frustrations that I experienced as a member of Congress with the lack of information that we received from the intelligence community, oftentimes feeling as though everything we heard in a brief could have been read in the newspaper that morning, and the essential oversight role that all of you play here in Congress. You are unable to do so unless you are equipped with that intelligence and information. I'm committed to fulfilling that responsibility if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, now, when you and I first met, I told you that I thought you needed to kind of take a change in the direction that you were going with regard to how you were approaching the private conversations, and that we wanted you to sit down and meet with some folks who were directly involved in gathering the intelligence and so forth. You did that.
Yes.
And then we came back and we sat back down again. And what those individuals who I had talked to and I asked you to talk with shared with me that they thought that you were a quick study and that you had the opportunity to look at a number of the issues that this committee considers to be extremely sensitive, and 702 in particular. Now, I've got about a minute left, but I want to give you an opportunity in front of this committee to share your position in your own words about how strong or how much it is needed with regard to the continuation of 702.
What you type in there, boss? It has to do with cycling. You
You
don't need to worry about it.
Thank you, Senator. 702 provides a unique security tool and capability that is essential for our national security. There are a number of areas that we would be blind.
In Snowden, extremely old news. Intel committee people fucking despise Snowden because he won, and they can't stand that. Normally, America gets to one-up these people. Normally, America wins in the end. Snowden was one of the rare examples where he did it, he got away with it, he left, and nothing's happened. They haven't been able to do anything about it. They want him minced. Yeah, they want him in a bag. They want him mulched. They want to hit him with rocks. They hate him. So it's like on their mind forever and ever and ever, you know?
From a national security perspective without this capability. It also must exist next to having safeguards in place to ensure Americans' civil liberties are protected. As you know, Senator, it is illegal under 702 to target any U.S. person. My concerns that I stated in the past about how...
Which stated that, quote, Snowden caused tremendous damage to national security, unquote,
oh my God.
To military.
Thank you, Mr. In the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels and served through administrations of both political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army, you've been both a consumer of intelligence and a policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence community to provide timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a matter of our national security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence failures that our country has seen, that objective has not been met. Now, CIA Director Ratcliffe talked about in his testimony before this committee how the CIA's own internal metrics have shown that analytic objectivity has gone down with truth behind how and why this has occurred.
Michael Bennett gets some more time.
Contact with Russian intelligence, letting us have
sure,
a second
Michael Bennett,
question.
see us out.
All
anyone wants to talk about is Snowden anyway.
Discussion, Colonel Gabbard. The House Intelligence Committee review of the Snowden disclosures found not only that he was a traitor, but that since Snowden's arrival in Moscow, he has had and continues to have contact with Russian intelligence services. You can see the deep concern on both sides of the aisle here. You had in your opening statement all kinds of complaints about former officials in the intelligence agencies, the United States press, the journalists, the media, Democrats. suggested that you weren't being treated fairly when you were coming here. No condemnation
Can you
at all.
control F Snowden on the transcript? That's actually an important exercise, I feel. For CPU. I don't think it loads all the instances. Yeah, it's only saying 60. Wait, if I just say snow? No, it's only saying 60. Guarantee you it's more than that. 0% chance. There's only 60 mentions. It caps at 60? Okay, I didn't know that.
For this, which leads me to wonder why it is so hard for you to say that Edward Snowden was a traitor to our country. And the question I guess I have for you is how, if you can't say that, you feel that that the concerns that this committee has, that we need somebody here who will actually honor their oath, as you said. Maybe I should make it easier for you. Edward Snowden did not honor his oath to the Constitution, which is what you just said was the most important duty, most important obligation that you have in this role.
Uh-huh.
Why is he being treated like a folk hero by you instead of the traitor that he was?
Senator, as I said, my focus and what should be of relevance to all of you and everyone watching is what I will do as Director of National Intelligence to work with you to make sure there's not another Snowden-like leak, given the paramount importance of our national security and keeping our nation's secrets. I've laid out a number of ways that I intend to do that, if confirmed, in fulfilling my responsibility in this role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to continue along with regard to China because it's such an important part of your portfolio.
That's impossible. You can't do that, lady. You can't talk about anything other than Edward Snowden. Get this woman out of here. Police! Hop, 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 hop.
On armed services, you've had hearings over the last 15 years about their architecture and how they're building up space capabilities, sea capabilities, Air Force capabilities, every type of capability they possibly could. And that aligned with their malign foreign influence and with their ambition with regard to Taiwan. It just creates a very dangerous scenario and concerning one. And so I wanted to ask you about Japan because recently, about a year and a half ago, 13 months ago, you said that you didn't think it was wise to allow Japan to build up their own defense architecture. And you thought it was short-sighted. Can you speak a little bit about that? Because our alliance with Japan is so important in our ability to defend against malign activities of China, not only geographically, but because for the last 50 years, they've been close allies, allies that we rely on. We share intelligence, we share operations. They are a great ally. So what was your concern about? And have you had any views that have shifted in that regard?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I agree. Japan has been a strong ally of the United States in a different capacity as a member of the Hawaii National Guard. I've gone and conducted training missions in Japan with the Japanese Self-Defense Force. Their forces and their constitution has been primarily focused on self-defense. The concerns that I had raised previously had to do with really looking at the bigger picture of the context of the history with Japan and China and recognizing the implications of how this kind of shift from a self-defense posture that Japan has had constitutionally to a more offensive posture could result in escalation. And given the history, we need to acknowledge what the ramifications could be to our own security interests. And that's something that I am looking forward to being able to provide to all of you and to the President, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is that in-depth analysis and assessment so that various policies or actions that you all or the President are considering are fully thought through, given that broader context of nuance of history and the complexities that exist within the Asia-Pacific region. Having grown up there, I'm very familiar with.
But you do
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Okay. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard,
just get us to the end
when
of
Russia
this.
was
Then
denying
RFK too.
Assad's use of chemical weapons, They accuse the U.S. of supporting terrorists. This is a line that Putin used frequently during the Syrian civil war as he supported Assad. Syrian officials made similar comments. They did it repeatedly. They did it in public. They did it at the United Nations. In 2016, you gave an interview in which you said, and this is a quote, "The U.S. is providing direct and indirect support to terrorist groups in order to overthrow the Syrian government." And in 2019, on the Democratic presidential debate stage, you said of President Trump, this is a quote, "This current president is continuing to betray us. We were supposed to be going after al-Qaeda, but over years now, not only have we not gone after al-Qaeda, our president is supporting al-Qaeda." So I'm interested to hear, what was your goal in saying these things? And did you consider, before saying them, the motives of Iran and Russia, what their motives might have been before making these claims?
Senator, as someone who enlisted in the military specifically because of al-Qaeda's terrorist attack on 9/11 and committing myself and my life to doing what I could to defeat these terrorists, it was shocking and a betrayal to me and every person who was killed on 9/11, their families and my brothers and sisters in uniform. When, as a member of Congress, I learned about President Obama's dual programs that he had begun really to overthrow the regime of Syria, and being willing to, through the CIA's Timber Sycamore program that has now been made public, of working with and arming and equipping al-Qaeda in an effort.
I can't do this anymore, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm trying to like diligently supervise and commentate on the decline of the country. I can't. The Kash Patel confirmation hearing is 6 hours long? Why? Okay, it includes bullshit at the beginning. Thank God.
That will matter if I'm confirmed.
Wait, how much
as
bullshit?
Director of the
No,
FBI,
it's still like 4 hours long.
Deweaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement, completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Before I call on Senator Carnan, I'd like to say that we've heard about the January 6th pardons. I think it's important that we remind people at the same time of some pardons by the
Why is the government so fucking boring? To try to get you to not pay attention, mostly.
Previous administration.
This had a bunch of good ones. It's 4 hours. I need to go by like. I need to go by clips. There's literally no way. This would be like multiple streams of coverage, and most would be boring as shit. I need to go find the inevitable like Aaron Rupar clip thread or something. Aaron, I hate you, but save me. Aaron, I hate you, but save me. This motherfucker posts too much. Save us, we also hate you. It's often like that. That's how I felt with Kamala Harris. Why the fuck doesn't he have these in a thread? Now I really hate him. And he keeps retweeting his own posts and retweeting people who agree with his tweets, so there's no way to, like, chronologically archive everything.
Pursuing any, you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigation?
For those of you who don't know, I'm aware of what media tabs are, guys. For those of you who don't know, Kash Patel is a lunatic who wrote a book in which he essentially said, like, we should persecute enemies of Donald Trump. Everyone who doesn't like Donald Trump is evil, and we should go after them. He's a grifter and a psychopath. He, like, blatantly profits off of his own disinformation. It goes beyond just him being politically partisan.
Investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain?
That I've told people on the
Are you certain? Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, I've only said I will use the Constitution.
Have you discussed specific investigations or targets you would pursue as FBI director with the President of the United States?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, no.
Are you certain?
To the best of my recollection, no.
I know we often forget about stuff like this, or like because of the practicality of the bias, you know, we don't acknowledge it, or we forget about it, or we stop upholding those standards. But the FBI is supposed to be politically neutral. I know it's crazy, but that is the idea.
Milley, your boss has said that General Milley, who served us with great distinction, I happen to have great admiration for, should be tried for treason. Do you agree with that?
Senator, everybody's entitled to their opinion. The only thing that matters at the FBI is whether the law is followed.
Okay, I know everybody's entitled to their opinion. Your boss has said that.
Incredible.
Because
I think Schiff had a big back and forth with him.
Here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what
an incredible way to open up a line of inquiry to the director of the of an intelligence agency, you know? So as you were saying to Bannon on his podcast,
thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out as a song now releasing exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
You know what? We're actually going to take a look. We're going to take a look at the conversation with Adam Schiff, because I've heard that one popped off at least a little bit. Can we find Adam Schiff? Is that legal in this country? C-SPAN, help me out. Your videography is a little bit more consistent. Live videos, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. Why do they not have the live feed for Kash Patel on C-SPAN? Hello, hello? Is that... It finished? Well, it should still be there. They have the clip.
I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know,
you glorified it in song,
and I did not make a single dime out of it.
In song. Well, let me.
How about you ask them if I have their backs, and let's see about that answer.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Patel. Let me ask you this. If an FBI director promoted a song of people who sprayed pepper spray in the face of an FBI agent, would you say they were fit to be director?
Mr. Schiff?
Yes or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
If you were the FBI director and you promoted a song with someone who beat an FBI agent with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Mr. Schiff, I am fit to be FBI director based on my 16 years in government service.
And yet you did all these things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement. I decry violence against law enforcement. You could say all that.
You get the song.
It's what you did, Mr. Patel, that matters.
Kash Patel,
it's what you did that matters.
Jan
well, let me ask you about
song.
something else.
Produced J6 choir recording. Claims he doesn't know who the singers were. Kash Patel, Donald Trump's FBI nominee who helped produce and market a recording of the so-called J6 choir that Trump went on to play repeatedly at his rallies, claimed he had no idea who the singers were. Incredible. My understanding is the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in prison, Durbin said. I'm not aware of that, sir, Patel responded. You weren't aware of who was on the record? No, Senator. It's such a stupid... It's so stupid. This whole thing is so fucking stupid, dude. Soon after the song was released for download, Patel boasted of its success. That's great. At least the new Hitlerite movement is funny to watch this time. I feel like it's like a cartoon. You have to have stakes or it stops meaning anything. If it gets too stupid, it stops being funny. There have to be some consequences or there are no stakes at all. You know, and then like the humor element, it really falls off. I mean, what can you say? The coyote running into the cliff wall. You need to have some kind of payoff. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? Just give me the RFK. This is a crash out stream. Is it still live?
And all vaccines are dropping, and they're doing that because people don't believe the government anymore. We need good science, and I'm going to bring that in. I'm going to restore trust, and that
This
will
is
restore...
previously, so let's go back to the live one.
So I am asking you on this, on the issue of vaccines specifically.
I know he and Bernie fought.
Please
killed before he even lifts a finger, because he does not even need the levers of power to
Never mind.
influence people.
Let me get a recording where they're not all quiet as fuck. ABC. Okay, too much audio. Too much audio.
Health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese.
That's acceptable.
Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than in 1960. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% per year. Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, asthma, Alzheimer's, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation. Yet we spend more on health care, sometimes double, sometimes triple, as other comparable nations. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not
I think we
counting
saw this
the
part. No,
indirect
this
costs
is
from
day
this
2.
work.
He's just repeating his
That's
opening
almost
statement.
a fifth of GDP. It is tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries.
Who's already testified for 3 hours, I'll be a little tight. That said, at the end, taking the ranking member and the chairman's privilege, we will have a chance, the two of us will have a chance to ask a little bit more. And that's what you get for being a chair. So that said, let's begin. Bobby, if I may, because you said I could, you had once described yourself as pro-vaccine to me. Now, the context of what I'm about to ask is that there's multiple studies establishing the safety of measles and hepatitis B vaccine, and specifically that they are not a cause of autism. In this position, and you have previously said yes, but if you are approved to this decision, to this position,
I do want them to hold it. Like this is the main crux, right? Like this is the main thing to hold them on. The autism thing. Because this is like the origin point. It's like the root position from which 98% of the insanity stems. Like fundamentally, you know? It's the... And I don't want to get into the autism debate again. We've already done that. We did that twice yesterday and once today this morning. And you know what? When we read donos later, I have a feeling it's going to happen again. I'm out here rooting for you guys. Do vaccines give you autism? No. But if they did, is that so bad? More people who love trains? I don't think so.
Will you say unequivocally, will you reassure mothers unequivocally and without qualification that the measles and hepatitis B vaccines do not cause autism?
Senator, I am not going into the agency with any.
Well, that's kind of a yes or no question, because because the data is there, and that's kind of a yes or no. And I don't mean to cut you off, but that really is a yes or no.
If the data is there, I will absolutely do that.
Now, there is the data, just because I used to do hepatitis B, as I've said. I know the data is there.
Well, then I will be the first person. If you show me data, I will be the first person to assure the American people that they need to take those vaccines.
Now, what concerns me is that you've cast doubt on some of these vaccines recently, I mean, like the last few years, but the data, and I can quote some of it, the data has been there for a long time. I've been out of the game. I've been in Congress for 16 years, and this data was in large measure generated before I came to Congress. So my concern is that
we've studied this so many times
and being so influential, I mean, your bully pulpit is incredible. With that responsibility, that you never acquainted yourself with anything that might contradict that what you were previously saying. So let me ask once more. If the data is brought to you, and these studies that have been out there for quite some time and have been peer-reviewed, and it shows that these two vaccines are not associated with autism, will you ask, no, I need even more? Or will you say, no, I see this, it's stood the test of time, and I unequivocally and without qualification say that this does not cause autism?
Not only will I do that, but I will apologize for any statements that misled people otherwise.
Thank you. Next.
And I just want to pledge to you that I will never stick on a point if somebody shows me data that says I'm wrong. I know that's an interpretation people have, but it's absolutely wrong. I am science-driven and evidence-driven.
I think the concern is how persuadable people are. But let me go on because I have limited time. I'm going to hold myself to the same 5 minutes. Yesterday, Senator Bennett in Finance asked you if you had once previously made statements that Lyme disease was created as a military bioweapon, and you said you may have said that once. Do you still believe that Lyme disease was created as a military bioweapon?
I've never believed that, Senator. What I said is that that we should always follow the evidence. And there were 3 books suggesting that. I have not read them through. What I've said is we should always follow evidence, no matter what it says. So I never have said that definitively Lyme disease was created in a biolab.
Okay. Next, again, this will be kind of a yes or no. Do you commit that you will revise any CDC recommendations only based on peer review, consensus-based, widely accepted science? In other words, not personal beliefs or the beliefs of any single person that you or your department may identify?
Absolutely, Senator. I am not going to go into HHS.
I feel like I follow the evidence is like a similar non-brainer to common sense. Yeah, it is. I've only ever heard people say I follow the evidence if they're really stupid and really gullible, because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Literally everyone already thinks that. Everyone thinks the things they believe are common sense or evident. Everyone, it reveals a lack of self-awareness because it means that you think you're in a special category of people that believes that they're right. Whereas it's like, have you ever been arguing with a dumb person and they're like, you always think you're right? What does that mean? Doesn't everyone? If you didn't think you were right, why would you say it? Like, it's not a matter of confidence or whatever. It's like, yeah, I do believe the thing I'm saying is correct. They think, if you say stuff like, well, I follow the evidence, you're giving yourself away because it means that your thinking is so shallow that you believe that the problem, the difference between you and other people is that they don't think they're following the evidence. You're not sticking to any, like, process of rationality. You just think you're Bill Dipperly. You're meeting the lowest possible bar, and you think that makes you special.
And impose my preordained opinions on anybody at HHS. I'm going to empower the scientists at HHS to do their job and make sure that we have good science that's evidence-based, that's replicatable, where the raw data is published.
I'm almost out of time, so let me get to another question.
All right.
Do you promise that FDA will not deprioritize or delay review and/or approval of new vaccines, and that vaccine review standards will not change from historical norms?
Well, we will have the best vaccine standards with safety studies, and I will not, if the
That's a little bit of a different answer than the question I asked, because what is the best could be in the eyes of the beholder. So let me read again. Promise that the FDA will not deprioritize or delay review and/or approval of new vaccines, and that vaccine review standards will not change from historical norms.
Yes.
Great. With that, I will set a good example, and I yield my time to my ranking member.
Toothless.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy. And I'm going to do what I very rarely do, is actually follow up on a question from Senator Cassidy. There have been, as I understand it, dozens of studies done all over the world that make it very clear that vaccines do not cause autism. Now, you just said, if I heard correctly, well, if the evidence is there. The evidence is there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Vaccines do not cause autism. Do you agree with that?
As I said, I'm not going to go into HHS with any preordained.
I asked you a simple question, Bobby. The studies all over the world say it does not. What do you think?
Senator, if you show me those studies, I will absolutely, as I promised to Chairman Cassidy, I will apologize.
That is a very troubling response, because the studies are there. Your job was to have looked at those studies as an applicant for this job.
Thank you, Bernie.
Let me ask you another question about this one.
Yeah,
about COVID.
that's another thing too. It's always the stupidest fucking people, the most like gullible, susceptible people who are like, well, I'll look at the evidence. You know, I do my research. I follow common sense, which is the opposite, but for some reason it's always the same people saying both of those things. I'll see what the research says. It's out there. It's out there. I've been dealing with this shit for 5 years with like debates on trans people, where like for ages the right was trying to convince, well, actually there's a scientific explanation for how transphobia is valid, and then you had people who were like, well, we actually need more evidence to prove that it's real and it helps people. And it's like, well, here's 50,000 studies. And of course, it didn't matter. They never cared. They were lying from the very beginning. When they said, you know, we need more evidence, people like Jesse Singal motherfuckers or whatever, they never actually believed that. They were lying from day one. They were just wasting time. They do that with autism. They do it with trans people. They do it with everything. Everything.
Scientists with the Yale School of Public Health and University of Maryland have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives and prevented 18 million hospitalizations. President Trump, someone who I do not often agree with, has said that the COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the greatest miracles of the ages. That's Donald Trump. But Bobby, you had a very different perspective. At a time when thousands of Americans were dying from COVID every week in May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to revoke the emergency use of COVID vaccines. So my question to you is, were the scientists who told us that the COVID vaccine was imperative, and President Trump who told us that it was this great thing, were they right, or were you right when you told people that they should not take COVID shots?
Senator, I filed that lawsuit after CDC recommended the vaccine for 6-year-old children without any evidence that it would benefit them and without testing on 6-year-old children. And now
there was an active, ongoing pandemic. Would you like, oh, yeah, get the vaccines to everyone, but like hold off on waiting until we have studies on the long-term impact and efficacy of those vaccines on 6-year-olds. The question is, will it hurt the 6-year-olds? The answer is no. Who gives a fuck if they're vaccinated unnecessarily? It didn't hurt them. Like, what's the harm there? Oh no, you put a helmet on and the kid didn't fall off the bicycle, so the helmet was worthless.
That was my reason for filing that lawsuit.
Was the COVID vaccine, successful in saving millions of lives?
I don't know. We don't have a good surveillance system, unfortunately.
We don't know?
I don't think anybody can say that. If you show me science that says that.
You know, Bobby, you say, if I show you, you're applying for the job. I mean, clearly, you should know this. And that is, the scientific community has established that COVID vaccine saved millions of lives, and you're casting doubt. That is really problematic. All right, let me ask you another question on
Keep them coming,
another
Bernie.
subject. My Republican colleagues and President Trump are moving toward making massive cuts into Medicaid in order to provide tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country. As I'm sure you know, Medicaid provides health insurance to tens of millions of children, provides the funding for 2 out of every 3 seniors in nursing homes. It provides 43% of the revenue for community health centers, something I feel very strongly about. And it is so important for millions of people. If confirmed, in terms of making America healthy again, will you stand up to the White House and say, no, we cannot throw millions of children off of health care, millions of elderly people out of nursing homes. We cannot cut Medicaid to give tax breaks to billionaires.
President Trump has made no indication to me that he intends to throw millions of people out of nursing home or deprive people of their health care, Senator. We have a health care system that's broken. It's not working. You've been working on it your entire career. As Americans get less and less healthier, as premiums rose.
Bobby, I believe the healthcare system is broken. We
he
agree
has
on
asked me to fix it.
But
so
do you fix it?
For the American people.
But my colleagues here, certainly in the House of Representatives, are prepared to make massive cuts in Medicaid. Now, I happen to believe in a Medicare for all system that guarantees health care to all people. Not what we're talking about. But in fact, there is serious discussion of massive cuts to Medicaid, which will have devastating harm on children, people in nursing homes. All I am asking you, if that proposal goes through, will you say, hey, you're not keeping America healthy by throwing children off of health care?
Senator, I haven't seen any of the congressional proposals. I can only tell you what President Trump has told me, which is that he wants me to make Medicaid, Medicare, and Obamacare better.
Well, if you haven't seen those proposals, I suggest you go to any newspaper. They're there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Paul.
He's a coward. Yeah, well, of course, like, obviously, you know, usually appointees play close to the vest when it comes to promises for future policy. But, like, yeah, obviously, he's not going to stand in the way of Trump cutting Medicaid. Yeah, so, you know, there's no question there.
I think the discussion over vaccines
I only want to hear more from Bernie because I know they continue to talk.
Dumbed down that we never really get to real truths, and it's why people up here are so separated from real people at home. So we talk about hepatitis B. It's a terrible disease. It could lead to liver failure, as the chairman said.
There we go.
The reason you have distrust from people at home, why they don't believe anything you say, they don't believe government at all, is you're telling my kid to take a hepatitis B vaccine when he's 1 day old.
Schedule, and it says it's a study of 9-year-old boys, 47,000 9-year-old boys from the Florida healthcare data.
Okay, let me, Senator Sanders.
Thank you. And I find myself in the unusual and uncomfortable position of having to agree with.
I wonder why they'll blatantly lie, but then dance around certain issues and avoid deflect. It's mostly just about like what they can get away with the headlines, and what they'll be held accountable for later. Like, it's also, keep in mind, you're speaking to the committee, the public, and the oligarchs. When it comes to RFK Jr., if he says something like, yes, I promise I won't cut Medicaid, that would make a lot of people internally in the administration and the oligarchs angry because it could potentially be used as like a hypocrisy flag in the future. But if he says, of course, that he will, then that's publicly, you know, politically unpopular with the public. So it's just a matter of what they can get away with. You know, they play the balancing game.
Senator Cassidy's line of questioning. Mr. Kennedy, in an interview in July 2023, you stated, quote, I do believe autism does come from vaccines. And you have, the end of quote, and you have praised a gentleman named Andrew Wakefield for his research. What studies, you talk about the need to be science-based, to get our information, good information to make decisions. What studies have you utilized to come to the conclusion that vaccines cause autism?
I'm happy to sit down with you.
No, please, just answer me that.
I mean, look at the Mawson study, Senator.
The what? Yeah.
Mawson, just look at that study.
Yeah, I will, and that was published.
But I don't want to, I wouldn't rest on a single study.
Right.
And all studies can be methodology.
Okay. Don't mean to be rude. I don't have a lot of time.
Just saying
you would not be, I just heard you say you could not be happier if you were proved wrong. Mr. Chairman, I asked to put into the record 16 studies done by scientists and doctors all over the world saying that vaccines do not cause autism.
They're biased.
Are you happy?
He'd have to look at it.
Look at the IOM assessment of those 16 studies.
Yeah, he'd have to look at it.
The IOM has assessed them. But listen,
He's only talked about the subject like thousands of times and made money from lying about it, and is also about to be the director of Health and Human Services, but he hasn't seen those massive, well-funded studies on the subject. He'd have to look at it. You know, trust me, he'll look at it any day now. He'll look at it, and then his opinion will adjust to follow the evidence that he's very concerned with.
Let me get to it. Don't have a lot of time. I apologize. I'm happy to talk to you at another time. Don't have a lot of time. Let's talk about COVID. And I just want clarity on the issue. And again, I apologize. You have to be brief. We don't have a lot of time. Scientists have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives. President Trump said the COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the great miracles of the ages, end quote. You have said the COVID vaccine was the deadliest vaccine ever made, end of quote. Was the COVID vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever made?
the reason I said that, Senator Sanders, is because there were more reports on the VAER system, on the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is the only surveillance system, that and VSafe. And there were more reports of injuries and deaths than any other, than all other vaccines combined.
But was it the scientists said it saved 3 million?
Their reports are not reliable. They deliberately made them unreliable by convincing every person who votes Republican in this country that every negative feeling they got after the COVID vaccine, including the feelings they got from COVID, was from the COVID vaccine. There were people posting like, oh, my uncle died after getting the vaccine. He died from being a stupid fat ass. Like, it's completely worthless. It's good for analyzing trends and data, but they made the system worthless by lying in their reports, by attributing everything after the vaccine to the vaccine. It made it impossible. Public health is impossible now.
I don't know, because we don't have a good surveillance system.
So you disagree with the scientific community that...
Oh, I'm agnostic because we don't have the science to make that determination.
He doesn't have to say, he just doesn't know. He doesn't know the science. He does know their self-reporting system that was heavily gamed by right-wing influence, you know? He doesn't know.
Prescription drug prices in America, as you know.
And by the way, I think President Trump did an extraordinary job on warp speed, because he wasn't just focusing on that one intervention. He was focusing
and he called it a miracle, but you have cast doubts on its efficacy. All right. Prescription drugs. We're going to make America healthy. I agree with you that we need a revolution in the nature of food in America, physical exercise, etc. Very, very important. But there are people who are going to get sick, and they have to go to the doctor and find out why. 1 out of 4 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe, because we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We made some progress under the Biden administration of negotiating prescription drug prices with pharma. First time that's ever happened. Now, yesterday you told me that the White House was going to issue something affirming their support for continuing those Medicare negotiations. Turned out not to be quite accurate. They came up with some bland statement, could have been written by pharma. Very specific questions. Do you believe, and will you insist, that Medicare continue to negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry so we can substantially lower prescription drug costs in America.
President Trump has made it very clear to me that he wants to negotiate.
Negotiate is a big word, Bobby. It's a big word.
It's the word you just used, Senator.
Yeah, but no, I use defend a particular law. Will you defend the law in the Inflation Reduction Act, which already is negotiating prescription drug prices?
President Trump wants us to negotiate drug prices. He wants to lower drug prices.
So you're not telling me that you will defend the law that we passed, which has already had significant success?
Well, Congress, look, I'm going to comply with the law, Senator. Congress passed the law. I'm swearing an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to comply with the laws.
You're going to have a significant influence on healthcare policy if you are.
And I'm going to comply with the laws.
Let me just say this in conclusion, Chairman Cassidy. President Trump and Mr. Kennedy are quite right when they say that our system is broken. They're right. Our economic system today is broken. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Wages have been stagnant for American workers for 50 years. The economy is broken. You know what? Our political system is broken and corrupt. You have a handful of billionaires in both political parties who contribute huge amounts of money to elect candidates in this room throughout the United States.
They're lining up
Congress.
their sites as you speak.
That is a broken political system and a real threat to democracy. Our healthcare system is broken. And it's broken for some of the reasons that Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are. So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
Probably not.
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will you guarantee do what every other major country does? That's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members
I think I saw this, but some of the worst accounts on Twitter were like, yeah, he got his ass.
This panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, no,
and protecting their interests.
Oh, I thought that would go. No. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money.
Contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
you were the
not a nickel from corporate
Bernie,
PACs.
you were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in the industry.
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered. Last question.
Notice how defensive RFK Jr. got here, how desperate he is to pull things away from Medicare for all. You're literally seeing like socialism or barbarism. Liberals take note. Like you have a very clear fork in the road here where, because obviously RFK Jr. will not make America healthy again. He won't do anything to challenge corporate power. We all know this. It's obvious. Whereas Bernie Sanders would have and genuinely believes in, like, supports an ideology that would have made things better had we only taken the good timeline, you know? So RFK Jr. doesn't just, like, do the standard duck and weave. RFK Jr. is like, well, actually, you're corrupt too because you accepted money. And, of course, he's lying. Bernie didn't take money from PACs, nor would PACs want to give him money because he doesn't support their interests, which is based. It's just like, it's a good reminder that fascists find socialism threatening as an ideology, not only because it disagrees with them, but because it offers a better answer than them. Does that make sense? It's not just, RFK isn't just rejecting the premise of the question. He's trying to rebel against the perceived moral superiority that Bernie Sanders holds over him, which it's a defensive response. It's an acknowledgement from him that Bernie Sanders is the actual path to health and to betterment for the working class, which is why he acted the way that he did.
Answer my question.
Mr. Chairman, we're 3 minutes.
How do we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health care?
We're literally 3 minutes over here now.
Well,
how long does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness, Bernie.
Not battering the witness. I'm
yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an answer.
And you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
We'll come to order. Bernie's going over. Before I ever entered politics, before I was ever thinking about running for office, I practiced medicine for 30 years. I worked in public hospitals.
Now, honestly, I don't really care that much following up on Bernie Sanders. Wait, does he speak again? Bernie, you're so active.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your job today in conducting this very, very important hearing.
Find me Biden speaking for this long, anytime
let me reiterate
during his presidency.
My concerns.
State of the Union address. Shut up.
Every person on this panel, and I would hope everybody in America, wants to make us the healthiest country on earth. And I applaud Mr. Kennedy for raising the issues and talking about some very important truths. But what I am not hearing from him are some very specific policy issues that we absolutely need if we're going to make America healthy. It is unquestionable that when 68,000 Americans die because they can't afford to go to a doctor, you got to deal with that. And I have not heard one word about the need for universal health care that exists in every country on earth. When 1 out of 4 people can't afford prescription drugs because the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off and charging us 10 times more in some cases than the people in other countries. I have not heard the definitive answer I need that we're not going to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And one of the points I think
it's going to be so cool when I'm 70 years old and people are going to be posting like grainy VHS edits of Sanders at 85 talking in settings like this, and people are going to be like, why didn't we listen? Or they're going to be so overwhelmed with decades of fascist corporate propaganda that they're going to like, oh wow, he was ahead of his time or something, as though this wasn't an actual debate for a time. You know what I mean?
Kennedy made, which is right. Healthcare is not just medical care. It's a lot more. Talk about the food industry. We have held a hearing. Senator Cassidy and I held a hearing a couple of months ago where we made the point that the food industry is in fact
Grandpa, why didn't you guys
poisoning
vote for Bernie
our
Sanders?
kids with addictive food that is leading to obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, etc. And I hope that our Congress and the White House will have the courage to take on a very powerful food industry and demand that the products that they sell our kids are in fact healthy and non-addictive. In many ways, what the food industry is doing today is what the tobacco industry did 50 or 60 years ago. And we talk about making America healthy today. Again, it's not just doctor care, medical care. We have millions of people working for starvation wages. You cannot be healthy if you're working 50 or 60 hours a week and you can't afford the rent that your landlord is charging you. Stress kills. Stress makes us sick. So, Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. I think the issues that have been raised in this hearing today are of enormous importance. I look forward to working with you and other members of this committee to make sure that we develop the policies that have the courage to take on very powerful and wealthy special interests. So, in fact, that we can make America healthy. Thank you.
This concludes our hearing. For any senators who wish to ask additional questions, questions for the record will be due tomorrow on Friday, January 31st at 5 p.m.
Do you think the other members of Congress genuinely hate Bernie Sanders? A lot of them. And I imagine a lot of the Democrats probably think of him as like a naive activist who's held on to power for a long time. Like, who doesn't understand how it really works, man. Like, wow, it's so cool how he gets to float the system, not take money from PACs, and not have to hold meetings with lobbyists over and over and over and over again. That's cool that he gets to live out there in fantasy world where he gets repeatedly elected. But over here in like the real world, if he had won the presidency, he would understand. They're all like cynical hypocrites who like took the bribe every time, and they probably hate him for it because he shows them that there was a better way that they just didn't take. Denver hospitals stopped providing gender-affirming care to those under 19. Yeah, I mean, that was in the executive order. A lot of these hospitals are terrified, you know? Even if there are no state laws that that are compelling them to act that way yet. Under 19, check the EO. Check the tapes. How much news / what type of news is a healthy amount / type to consume? Absolutely none. Right now, the healthiest amount of news to consume is 0. Like Bernie said, stress is bad for you. What am I doing here then? You were going to give me $5 so you could have an orange name. Guys, are you ready? It's almost here. 25% tariffs on our 2 biggest trading partners. Only 2 days away. It's almost here. He's still considering whether to include oil from those countries as part of his import taxes. Man, I still feel like at the last second he's going to pull away from this, you know? It's still like so crazy. I have difficulty imagining that he can do it because it's not good for anyone, you know? I kind of hope he does. Him crashing the economy early is better than him crashing the economy late after he's done another Holocaust or 2. The biggest issue is his tariff on Taiwan GPU manufacturing. Yeah, I got to get a 4090 before he puts it through. Man, though. We may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight. We'll see. Again, we'll see. It's already too late to get the 5090? Yeah, well, I don't want that. Mexico's response. Mexico's shine bomb on tariffs. We don't think it's going to happen. She's right there with me. And Mexico is prepared to impose retaliatory tariffs. Yep. Oh, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm going for the biggest all-in on nothing ever happens that you've ever seen. It's insane. I hope you're right, but man. Well, I hope he goes through with it. Again, like, I genuinely do think that our biggest hope... I genuinely do think that our biggest hope for, like, minimizing harm during this administration is that he runs the economy into the ground so recklessly that it prevents him from building a popular mandate behind all the fascism. Please know my retirement, lol. Sorry. Listen, okay? It's so we suffer or we suffer? Yeah, essentially. It's a rough one. I'm not... I agree in a long-term historical sense, but can we wait for me to get a stable, high-paying job first? Waits for no man, okay? Realistically, what would happen in the economy if this takes place, like immediate crash kind of thing? I have no idea. I don't think anyone knows. We're in the unknown. We're totally in the unknown. Like we don't know. The implications of this would be so broad and far-reaching that it's difficult to, like, you're calculating for so many variables. I thought we were in the cool zone. This is the cool zone. I don't know, man. We talk to empty shelves. Yeah, we're going to have to wipe our asses with leaves. And we're not even talking about climate change, man. Like, the next time there's a gigantic disaster, like a big hurricane or whatever else, God forbid an earthquake. I'm keeping at least one non-electronic form of entertainment on the back burner, Thana, for when the grid collapses. That way I'll be entertained for a little while longer. What Mad Max outfit is everyone wearing after the tariffs hit us? I'm prepared. I've been buying canvas, denim, leather, you know? You guys are fucked with your Shein dresses and Amazon femboy skirts or whatever. Your shit's gonna fall apart. Man. Which way are these tangled? There we go. If you're not joking, do you think your position of fuck it, let the economy burn comes from a place of financial privilege? Well, it's just a matter of sooner or later, right? Like the deprivation of the wealth of the working class is happening anyway. It's full speed ahead on that. It's just a question of, do they do it competently and wring us all dry? Or do they do it incompetently and break things in a way that affects even the wealthy people and things kind of like, you know, certainly, if a system is designed to maximize inequality and suffering, I would rather it be an unstable one than a stable one. What's going on here?
Sir, thank you. Second for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies,
he's signing an executive order declaring the airline crash to be the fault of DEI.
What this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA administrator, in this case, acting FAA administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage.
It does, so this means nothing. It's literally a virtue signal executive order. They drafted it like as soon as it happened to be like, we're going to put this like fucking, it's going to be like 20 EOs every single day. Yeah, vice signal.
that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over every.
That's great. They literally they speed drafted an executive order to say, hey, just so everyone knows, this is now it is officially ruled by the government that the crash was caused by Biden's DEI policies. Somehow, it's not like it matters. I'm praying to God, man. I'm praying to God for natural disasters to crash, to demolish the home of every Trump supporter, and for Donald Trump to go up to the podium and say the reason why we can't help them is because of DEI or whatever. You know? Let like everyone's life be made worse. And to be given no assistance or respite. Nothing fixed, only broken. Every excuse the same. Yet another major accelerationist W. I just want the suffering to be evenly distributed, okay? Trump's Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy just sent out a memo directing staff to, quote, give preference to communities with marriage and birth rates higher than the national average. Uh-huh. So Utah suburbs? Yeah. $15 trillion of federal disbursement and aid to the construction of an interurban highway leading to the driveway of every single suburban home in Utah. To the extent practicable, relevant, appropriate, and consistent with law, mitigate the unique impacts of Department of Transportation programs, policies, and activities on families and family-specific difficulties, such as the accessibility of transportation to families with young children, and give preference to communities with marriage and birth rates higher than the national average. Mexicans, you gotta start putting out more. Whatever you're doing now, you gotta start doing more. Doesn't this make sense, though? Focus on communities that will grow in size? No, because communities growing in size and families growing in size are often opposites. Suburbs might have higher birth rates than people living in cities, but cities grow and suburbs stagnate. Like, it's like building this infrastructure, it's not about like any family having more kids. It's about the area you're in having more people. If they just said, give preference to areas with rapidly increasing populations, that would make total sense. There'd be no controversy to that. Obviously, this is only going to be used and interpreted in a extremely racist way. Obviously. Here are the states with the highest birth rates. South Dakota, North Dakota, Alaska, Nebraska, Utah, Louisiana, Arkansas. Yeah, go whatever, I don't know. 50 trillion to highways for South Dakota and Alaska. I don't care. Sure, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Alaska? Yeah, because again, birth rates aren't the same as population growth. They're driving on dirt roads out there. I mean, yeah, could you imagine building like infrastructure in Alaska? You'd dump the entire global GDP into that project. I'm talking about Louisiana. I mean, yeah, to an extent. Somebody on Twitter told me that the best way to build cardiovascular and respiratory health is to do intervals training where 80% of the time I ride really boring and slow, and then 20% of the time I ride really fast. And that sounds boring and I don't like it. I don't want to do that. HIIT. That's why you play a video game while doing it? Yeah, I don't want to do it. You're constantly swapping back and forth. The person on Twitter said that it would be like you do 4 consistent workouts that are slow the whole time, and then one workout where you do like heavy and then a short break, then heavy, then a short break, then heavy, then a short break. But I don't want to do 4 boring rides and then one really stressful one. HIIT is good for athletes, but negligibly good for normies. No, it's like 30 seconds of intense riding and then 60 seconds of calm. Well, that's more interesting than like 4 rides that are really boring and then one ride that's really tough the whole time. Sorry, I'm just looking up that stuff. The best exercise, the one you keep doing? What if I just junk it really hard? You tried indoor climbing? Yeah, I've done indoor climbing. Great for forearms. I love Twitter discourse, man. What's going on with this one? Why do I have this on the docket? Kai Cenat's $70,000 AI humanoid robot just tried running away from the AMP house because it kept getting kicked and bullied by Kai Agent and Phantom. Is that Phantom of Phantom Tax fame? Am I hip with it?
Oh, wait!
Is this a Boston Dynamics robot, or is this some other shitty one? Some other shitty one? It's a Temu version of it? Okay, gotcha. Oh, he's stepping up. Is it controversial to say I'm not sure if I understand the appeal of these streams? I guess a lot of people don't for me either. I actually feel a little bad for the robots. A lot of people were really digging into this on Twitter for reasons that I think are like, I don't know, pretty warranted. People love to kick around things that look like people but aren't, you know? Humans have empathy for anything. Well, it's not really about like, it's not really about having empathy for the thing. It's more about the It's more about like people really like expressing power over XPs of other people. It's like when people abuse pets, I guess. You know? But if there was like if there was like a guy I knew who like, I don't know, beat the shit out of department store you know, mannequins, I would also think that's really weird in a way that's distinct from, I don't know, finding it fun to throw beer bottles at a wall. Just weird. I don't know. If you bully a robot because you see it as lesser than you, chances are you'll abuse people you look down on as well. I think that that's not always the case, but I think that's often the case. Or at least there's an overlap there. Hello. Ruben zipping. What animal was that? That was Ruben. Ruben! Ruben! Hello! He flopped. He wants to play. I can't. I'm streaming. What are you doing? Why do you have so many beans? Hello. Why do you have so many beans? Woo! Nice. I'll be sure to, Vulpix. Man. Trying to cover politics, but thinking about, like, the best way to cycle is exhausting. More time, less resistance, but I only have so much time. Whatever, speaking of, I should read donos. I'm chalking up this stream to mental illness. I'll blame you guys for it. Why do my eyes itch now? Not like I'm allergic to Ruben. Sorry, we're overworking you. Yeah, hardest job in the world. You all know how it is. Hunter Bradley, thanks to the tier 1 sub and the kind words. Libertarian Me found your videos on YouTube last February and now I'm subscribed, so well done and thank you. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. We got the real libertarianism over here on the left, I promise you. Thank you. Melhor Omo, thank you for the $5. That wasn't the painting. I just can't find it, you know? So and the Wolfen, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Have some money for new slutty pants, Vooch. I don't know if I'm really interested in buying slutty pants, but, you know, I'll get there eventually. The sluttiest pants a man can wear are high-waisted trousers. Bell-bottoms, specifically. Or boot cut. Elenita Express, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. Peripera Proficient, thank you for the $10. Just got word my squadron detachment's moving to a different hangar so ICE can use our old one to cram full of deportees. It's insane. Jesus. Bullying the fucking military around to get space. God damn. Infinite Curly Fries, thank you for the $20. My BFF works research at a university. Their accounts got frozen today. No hiring, buying machines or goods. The uni said they can't help anyone on a visa. That's cool. Just completely breaking the goddamn country. M39BT2s, thank you for the $5. Was at a protest today outside of the CSU's main office thing in Munich today. Fuck collaborationists. Oh. Really hope they don't get the majority they need. Space Gandalf, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Congratulations on getting a new job at the train station. My goodness. The envy of everyone in chat. Progress Potato, thank you for the 25 bucks. Your life advice has been a great help to me, so I wanted to pay you back. Thank you and never stop. Hasta muerto, until death. I knew what that meant. I grew up in LA, but I appreciate the gringo clarification. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Narco Curious, thanks the tier 3 sub. Artemy Forever. He'll always be here with us. Sovball with the 5. Besides the Onis you just showed off, any recs for Japanese denim? I'm 100% going to Japan Blue in Tokyo, but I don't know all the brands yet. It's really just a matter of like what type of denim you like. Do you like a tight weave and shiny? Do you like heavier stuff, lighter stuff? Do you like slubby? For me, the big one that sugarcane, I was going to say. For me, the big one that I'm interested in are the sugarcane jeans, the ones that are like 50% sugarcane. The ones that like fade a green blue and have the really nice stitching on the back. Those to me just look beautiful. Show me, please. I mean, they're jeans. The sugarcane 1947s with the classic cut. Can you eat them? Maybe. I mean, to most of you, I imagine they'll just look like regular jeans, but the fact that they're 50% sugarcane, the nice detailing on them. Let me see if I can find the... Here. This is what I like about them. For one, I really like the stitching on the back pocket. And for two, because of the sugarcane, you get this really beautiful streaking on it. See? It's unique. You're not going to get any pants like that anywhere else. Where as they fade in, you have these really distinct warp v weft patterns in how the indigo fades. I see green now. Natural indigo, which these are dyed with, has a green tint to it. Most of the indigo that's used these days is synthetic, which isn't necessarily bad at all. Here's a really good pic of it. Oh, yeah, look at that up close. Can you see that? Just totally unique. I mean, like, you know, you buy it, you keep it with you your whole life. It's got a really, really distinct look. The sugarcane Hawaii jeans. Now, of course, they're pricey because these, you know, it's fucking like high-end Japanese raw selvage, unique fabric denim. So yeah, obviously it's not $5, but in terms of stuff I'm interested in, maybe one day, yeah. Wonder how durable they are. My understanding is that they hold up quite well. If it rains, do they dissolve off? Lol. No. No, it's sugar cane. You know that sugar is the product of the cane itself isn't the edible part of the well, you can because it's plant material, but like it's a plant fiber. That was bait. Not everything is bait. Yeah, you can chew on it. No, you're wrong, it's sugar. That's true. Vibrant Pico, thanks to $5. That's true. I ride the Peloton so I can use it to charge my my generator in the future. Lost Astronaut Studios, thank you for the $5. It's always good to support democracy now. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the 5. Black Studies teacher said Thomas Jefferson had kids with a 13-year-old when he was 50. Real bad. I said the only valid 1350 argument, and he smiled. I'm glad. That was a risky shot. You know, you miss all the shots that you don't take, but that was a risky shot, you know, like that could have gone into the stands, but I'm glad that it, you know, I mean, celebrate the shots you hit, right? Kane 111th, thank you for the $5. I'll take a look at this. I try to take a look at the goddamn state laws. Not gonna lie, I wonder what this sugarcane denim would look like on a jacket. I wonder if that's made. Sugarcane denim jacket. Does this exist? Sugarcane Jeans does indeed make jackets. Do they make... Ooh, they have souvenir jackets for an eye-watering price. Let me see. Let's see. The Sugarcane 1953 Type 2. Wow! Look at that! After 20 months of wear. That's a Type 2 jacket with the box pleats. That looks really nice. Now, does it have the same streaking? I don't think so. So I don't think this is made with the same percentage of sugarcane, if it has any at all. Not sure. That's a good patina. Yeah, no kidding. Here's another one from 20 months, 2 washes. With a lot less wear. Oh, look, this guy likes to bunch his sleeves up. Get a lot of the wear pattern from, you know, how they live their life from the wear pattern. Undersized? Nah, people tend to wear these pretty small. Though the Type 2 tends to be boxier. I would probably go one size up on this, but whatever. It's all good in the hood. Yeah, the fit of a Type 2 jacket is what a lot of people would consider to be kind of like cropped and small. It's just typical because they're workwear jackets. I mean, you can size them how you want, but that's usually the way they're sized. You buttoned up? Yeah, people don't usually wear these buttoned up. You got to work on them, you know? They're denim. You got to break them in. Get a wear on them. I have a pair of the Sugarcane 1947 cut and I love them. Well, I hate you. I got to move along. Wizardry, thanks the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Cash Money, thank you for the 5. I don't know anything about Byron Donalds of Florida, I'm afraid. I can't really help you. Juice 101, thank you for the $5. Don't stress about what workout to do. Consistency is the only thing that matters. Also try to have fun. Cycling is fun. Nah. I've never really been a cardio guy. I'm doing this for my health and also to fit in size 34 pants, but maybe I'll find some fun in the suffering as I go along. Sake Tanuki with the 5 tier 1 subs. I thought the U.S. had to be at war with a country for treason to apply. The intel community so salty. You don't need to explicitly be at war, but if it's an enemy state, they consider that. You know, it depends. Well, for treason to legally apply, I don't know. People throw that word around a lot, including me. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the 5. Looking at these, I think I'm going to spend half my social security check per month on indestructible clothing that'll outlive me and I'll serve some cunt. Only need to do it once, right? Hey, be responsible. It's better to do cardio outside. Doing cardio inside is miserable. Strong disagree. People are such evangelists for that. I can do it inside on my extremely nice, comfortable bike with like a screen. I can watch movies and stuff. I don't have to worry about weather or anything outside. Or I can go outside and it's like, oh, car, oh, pedestrian, oh, whatever. Hate that shit. People who say that are runners, lol. I feel like it's probably a better argument for running than cycling, but, you know, everyone's got their preferences, right? All right, let me take a look at these super chats. Zach of All Trades, thank you for the $10. I heard the boom as the crash happened. I couldn't sleep all night, and the folks on Aviation Reddit did a better investigation than the damn government. And my heart goes out to the families. I don't think we're going to be getting much useful information from the federal government from now on. This happened in D.C., so it's kind of their purview. And the executive order of the president declares that it was a consequence of Biden's DEI policies. Pepe La G, thank you for the $20. I did see the little clip from Shu's video. I did. Maybe I'll go over the other video sometime in the future, you know. Hillel Finder and Steven, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. What about autistic people having different brain wiring and sensory issues causing physical pain? Again, brain wiring is both nature and nurture. So are sensory issues. Saying autism is purely social undermines the trans argument. For one, I didn't say it's purely social. I said it's a mix of both. And for two, no, it doesn't. Being whether or not a person's trans is also heavily socially influenced. That's fine. That's life. That's your brain. That doesn't make it any more or less valid. It's the same with being cis. Whether or not you're cis is heavily influenced by social factors. Don't buy into the bullshit that the only reason trans people are valid is because they're born that way. Fuck that. I hate that. That's one of the reasons why trans people have to sometimes pretend that they've known they're trans their whole life. They have to like they have to do this over with the in Britain if they want to convince their doctor at the NHS that the NHS is like, okay, tell us how you masturbate. Is it true that at 4 years old you put high heels on, like your mom's high heels on? Because if not, I don't believe you. And every trans person knows you have to lie to them. You have to be like, yeah, I've always known ever since I was a little infant. It's like, that's bullshit. That's not how it is for a lot of people, you know? Who gives a fuck if you knew you were trans when you were 10 or whatever? Who gives a shit? Tony Soto, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Tim Christer, thank you for the $5. Your view of the world is so nuanced that it alienates you from the medium voter. How do you do it? Hold on, let me get the glaze out of my eye. I think you're right, by the way. I'm asking for a friend. Look, engaging in any kind of political analysis is going to put you like on a different level of thinking from the average voter because most people just don't do it. You know what I mean? So, like, 10% of politics is being right, 90% of politics is being effective. So, like, viewing the world the right way is step one, but, like, obviously, the fact that there are people out there who have the right answers doesn't change the fact that we're currently, like, hurtling off the side of a cliff, you know? Stephen with the additional $5, I am autistic, you can't outgrow. It's like epilepsy, it's how you're wired. It's a disorder because it causes impairment. Sunshine helps but won't cure. You're in a box. You don't need to be cured. That's not how this works. Whatever. I'm not. Lynn again, thank you for the very kind $50. Really appreciate that. Not even a message to go with it. Well, I take it it's done with love, you know? Galactic Moth, thank you for the $5. Trump is DEI. True. H-Self, thank you for the $15. This is for yesterday's autism segment. You are God's strongest soldier for saying the truth, even though it's hard. Appreciate the vids. I do mean this stuff. It's very important. I think it helps people. I really do. Doomslayer, 9316, thank you for the $10. Keep on slaying demons. Really appreciate that. Zeke Raid, or Zeke Frog, thank you for the $50. You're totally right about being able to expose yourself out of sensory issues. My whole life has been tendies and fries until I made myself try new foods, even if it made me deeply uncomfortable at first. Now my diet is healthy and full of veggies. Yeah, I think that for the vast majority of cases, people who are picky eaters or have strong aversions to things that they might otherwise like really enjoy need to tough it out. Now, the question is it worth toughing it out? Because it isn't always. I hate tomatoes, but you're not going to catch me forcing myself to eat tomatoes until I enjoy them. I just don't give a fuck. There are enough healthy foods that I like that I can be fine. You know, I like broccoli, for example. But if I was in a position of my life where I just did not like any fruits or vegetables at all, or I couldn't tolerate them or they made me sick, yeah, it's time for my ass to grow up. You know, it's time for me to start getting force-fed a little bit. Because you can't live like that. I bet you, like, you can force yourself to. You can force yourself to do a lot of uncomfortable stuff. A lot of it is just finding the right way to grow past those barriers. When I say force yourself, I don't mean you'll get better by literally choking down food you hate. That'll just make you sick. I mean, you got to engage in the process. You know, yeah, maybe that means cooking it better, eating it with other foods that you like, eating it in the right context, learning to train yourself to like it by having a little food you don't like, then a lot of food you do like, you know. Force yourself doesn't just mean like, you know, choke it down. That won't work. Try different recipes, whatever. Very important. Same with sensory issues. Same with noise sensitivity. Same with an aversion to a lot of stuff. Will it help everyone? No. But are there lots of people out there who could benefit from challenging themselves a little bit? Yeah. And I just don't like the victim mentality. I just don't like it. I just don't like when I see it. People just give up on themselves so quickly. And they turn into the worst people online. Worst people online. They turn into, you know, cry bullies. Permanent victims. Always going after other people. You know, oh, actually, your broad general statement about wellness failed to account for my specific circumstances, so now I'm going to go after you. Don't care for it. So you become a chatter? Believe it or not, this community is better about this than a lot of other left-leaning communities out there, okay? This is not cry bully woke scold academy. Not even close. Thank you, Zeke Frog. Mr. Venom, thank you for the $2. I'm sick of hearing about Snowden as well. Victorious Gardnosaurus and Bryce McEwen, thank you for the 5 USD and Australian, respectively. Trump needs to do what he did back in 2020, dump trillions into the economy and give funding directly to hospitals to cover patient expenses. Somehow I think he's not going to do that. Greetings from Australia, looking at the news coming out at the moment, and it's scary for everyone. Also, does this count as mutual aid? Yeah. You know, I hopefully we mutually appreciated it. Thank you. And yeah, it's pretty spooky. Doomslayer, thanks for the additional $20. You're being very kind to me. I appreciate that. Appreciate you taking, you know, time out of your busy schedule of slaying demons on the game that's coming up. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you so much for the insanely kind $500 donation. I know you've been busy. I've heard about you being busy. Thank you for coming up with the idea of that lovely painting, by the way. Hey, I've been really busy this week, but wanted to say I saw the autism segment, and I work with one of the top autism researchers in the country. Oh, that's why you're like that. Specifically on what processes in the brain are different in autistic/ADHD people and normal people, and I have to jump in and say you're completely correct in nearly everything you said. Yes! Yes! We'll take it. We'll take what we get. We'll take what we get. Lol these simps. It's true and I'm right. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't help being a beautiful baby boy who's correct all of the time. You know, I can't help it. What do you want? Is BGL the endorsement you want? Hey, when speaking on autism, defer to the experts. Mr. Venom, thank you for the 5. Nathan E. and Tess Trekkie, thank you for the 3 Australian and $2. Excuse me. Endeavors DNB, thanks to $5. We're actually handing this country to Russia on a cream puff if Tulsi is our head of intelligence. Look, okay, the oligarchs know no country. They're all on the same team. Yeah, on a pierogi. Oh, wow, I just realized. Look. The shirt I'm wearing is indigo dyed. I've worn it under jackets a few times. It's already worn a line in along the side. That wasn't there when I bought it. That's kind of cool. So I wonder if I keep wearing it, I'm going to get like a strip along the seam down the sleeve. That's kind of cool. I like that. Sorry. That wasn't even me looking at anything. That was just me being tired. I didn't get much sleep last night. Angel437 with the $5. Do you actually believe trans people are identity confused because they believe they're cats and dogs, or was just a joke you made last stream? That I was making a joke about all the dog girls and dog boys and cat girls and cat boys. A lot of them who are trans. That was a joke. That being said, I think that like a lot of people are identity confused. A lot of them are trans, but not all of them are trans, and not all trans people are either. You know, I think that identity confusion is a pretty normal part of living life. Trans people are a bit more radical in their prescriptions, like how to deal with it and address it. But yeah, whatever. You know. But you tell me there aren't a bunch of cisgender people out there having like crises of identity, you know? All the time. Sigma male, alpha male, da-da-da-da-da. Always. TK with the $5. Don't get got. Please, I'm in Japan right now and everyone here likes Trump. I don't think that's true. At all. I don't think that's true. I don't think everyone in Japan likes Trump. You might be in like a bubble. Yeah, maybe like with tourists. Mr. Arms and Legs, thanks to 2 Canadian. As a Canadian, why does Trump want to tariff us? He's trying to use it as leverage to pressure your government into having stricter border control policies to keep people from flowing into America from Canada. The problem with that is that it's impossible. Canada has an enormous contiguous border with the United States. It is not logistically possible for Canada to do like US style border policing across that whole border. So it's basically just a virtue signal. Knotted Alpaca and Catfish Billy Bob, thank you for the 5 both. Yeah, the more you exercise, the more you get to eat. Though, you know, I don't know what I'm going to average out at, you know. What my calories for the day are going to look like, I don't know. We'll see. I need to decide in a workout routine. Do I want to do the intervals thing every day? Or like every day that I ride? Because I was thinking I would do like cycling, chest, cycling, back, cycling, chest, cycling, back, cycling, like that. Like, so would I do intervals every day that I cycle where, you know, switch it up is best practice? No, you need recovery. But wouldn't that be the day between? Do it every 3 days? But I'm not doing a cycling ride every 3 days. Intervals most days, then do a distance ride. Should I just play it by ear? Like, maybe some cycling days will be intervals, and maybe some days they'll just be like 60 minutes of straight Bing chillin'. I guess that's fine. I can't believe how low I am on the goddamn health thing. That's crazy. Hopefully within a month I at least place in novice male rather than novice female. Being uncomfortable is how you grow as a person? No kidding. And Mr. Venom, thanks the $2. I'm going full Lord Humongous. I don't know what that means, but I believe in you, and I agree with you in doing that. Wow. All right, folks. I love you all very much. Take care of yourselves. I'll be here tomorrow. As I so often am, and maybe tomorrow will be the first day in 3 days that we don't have a big autism segment. Though I stand by what I've said. I maintain. No host. I just haven't been feeling hosting lately, to be honest with you. It's been a lonely winter, you know? Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.